Signed for survival. A dark billionaire marriage of power, control, and desire. Prologue. The acquisition. Damien. The conference room on the 47th floor smelled like leather and desperation. Damien Cross registered both without looking up from the quarterly reports spread across the obsidian table. Numbers told cleaner stories than people. Profit margins didn't lie, revenue streams didn't manipulate, and loss columns never pretended to be anything other than what they were. The men seated around him, however, were a different equation entirely. The Singapore acquisition is projecting 18% above forecast. Marcus Chen, his CFO, spoke with the careful neutrality of someone who'd survived 3 regime changes at Cross Industries. We'll have controlling interest by Q3. Ahead of schedule. Damien made a note in the margin, his fountain pen scratching against paper. He preferred paper for board meetings. Harder to hack, easier to destroy. What's the contingency if Zhao counters? We've secured secondary financing through. The door opened. Every head turned except Damien's. He knew that particular rhythm of footsteps, the slight hesitation before entry that meant bad news delivered by someone who'd rather be anywhere else. Richard Castellano, the family attorney for 30 years, crossed the threshold with the expression of a man approaching a gallows. Gentlemen. Richard's voice carried the weight of sleepless nights. I need the room. The board members exchanged glances. Marcus started gathering his materials, but Damien raised one hand. They stay. He finally looked up, meeting Richard's gaze with a flat effect that made adversaries nervous and allies cautious. Whatever you're about to say, they'll learn it eventually. Save time. Richard's throat worked. He was 63, silver-haired, and had negotiated billion-dollar mergers without flinching. Damien watched him hesitate now and felt the first cold tendril of something that might have been concern if he allowed himself such indulgences. It's about your father's will. The room's temperature seemed to drop. Jonathan Cross had been dead for 8 months. A stroke at his desk, quick and clean, the way the old bastard had done everything. The will had been read, the assets distributed, the empire secured. Damien had inherited controlling interest in Cross Industries, the brownstone in Brooklyn Heights, the estate upstate, and a legacy of expectations that sat on his shoulders like a crown made of thorns. We executed the will in February. Damien's tone remained level. What's changed? Nothing's changed. Something was overlooked. Richard pulled a leather folder from his briefcase, hands unsteady. There's a clause. A condition on your inheritance of the controlling shares. The silence that followed had teeth. Show me. Richard slid the folder across the table. Damien opened it with deliberate calm, though his pulse had kicked up, a rare physiological response he noted with detachment. The document was dense with legalese, but his eyes found the relevant paragraph with the predatory efficiency of a man trained to spot weakness. The transfer of controlling interest, 51% of Class A shares, to Damien Cross is contingent upon his marriage to a woman of suitable standing within six months of the testator's death. Should this condition remain unfulfilled, controlling interest shall transfer to Lucas Cross, with Damien Cross retaining a 25% stake and board position. The words blurred, refocused. Lucas. Damien spoke his cousin's name like an epitaph. My father wanted to ensure Lucas could take the company if I didn't marry. Your father wanted to ensure the Cross legacy continued through traditional channels. Richard's diplomacy was transparent. He believed marriage would provide stability, accountability. He believed I was too much like him. The admission came without inflection. Isolated, unmarriageable. So he built in a failsafe. Marcus cleared his throat. Lucas has been positioning himself with the board. Those dinners last month, the golf outings, I thought he was networking. He was campaigning. Course he was. Lucas Cross, the golden child, the one with the politician's smile and the MBA from Wharton and the wife and 3 children who appeared in Forbes family features. Lucas, who'd been waiting in the wings for decades, watching Damien build their grandfather's modest real estate holdings into a multinational conglomerate, knowing that blood and patience might yet deliver what talent couldn't. "When does the clock run out?" Damien asked. "February 16th. 6 months from your father's death." Richard paused. "That's 4 weeks from now. 4 weeks to find a wife. 4 weeks to satisfy a dead man's final manipulation. 4 weeks to prevent everything he'd built from falling into hands that would dismantle it for parts." Damien closed the folder with controlled precision. "Options. We could contest the will, but your father's firm drafted it. Every loophole is sealed. We could argue undue influence, but he was of sound mind when. We'd lose." Damien stood, crossing to the wall of windows that framed Manhattan like a kingdom awaiting conquest. The January sky was the color of steel, buildings jutting up through winter haze. His city. His empire. And even if we won, the litigation would take years. The board would fracture. Shareholders would panic. Lucas would chip away at confidence until there was nothing left to inherit. "So we need to satisfy the condition." Marcus spoke carefully. "You need to marry a woman of suitable standing." Damien's reflection in the glass was a stranger's face. Hard angles, dark eyes that revealed nothing, the kind of beauty that came with a warning label. Which means family name, social connections, the appearance of legitimacy. "I took the liberty." Richard produced a second folder, thinner than the first. "A preliminary list. Women who fit the criteria. Single, appropriate age range. Established families with reputations that would satisfy any board scrutiny." Damien returned to the table, took the folder, flipped it open. 6 names. 6 photographs. 6 potential solutions to a problem he'd never anticipated having. Catherine Ashford. Old money, board positions at 3 museums, recently divorced. Too visible, too much history. Vanessa Chen. Marcus's niece, Stanford MBA. Currently in Singapore. Too connected to existing business relationships. Isabel Rothstein. Publishing heiress. 2 previous engagements. Too many question marks. Sophia Loren. French diplomat's daughter, impeccable breeding. Too far outside his existing circles to make the marriage believable. Caroline Westbrook. Senator's daughter, political aspirations. Too ambitious. Too likely to view marriage as a stepping stone. Elena Morgan. Damien's hand stilled. The photograph was professional, probably from her company website. Elena Morgan stood in what looked like a gallery space, mid-gesture, caught in the act of directing someone out of frame. She wore black. Simple, expensive, the kind of understated elegance that whispered rather than shouted wealth. Dark hair pulled back from a face that was more striking than beautiful. Sharp cheekbones, intelligent eyes, a mouth set in concentration. He knew that face. Not personally, they'd never been introduced. But he'd seen her work, watched her command rooms at the charity galas and corporate events that filled his calendar like mandatory penance. Morgan Events, boutique but respected, catering to the kind of clients who valued discretion over spectacle. Elena Morgan, Richard said, reading over his shoulder. 28. Event planning business, 5 years established, excellent reputation. Family is old New York. Her great-grandfather founded Morgan & Associates investment firm. She's been trying to separate herself from the family business, build something independent. I know who she is. Damien studied the photograph. Elena Morgan, who'd coordinated the Met benefit last spring, who'd navigated a kitchen fire and a drunken board member with a kind of grace under pressure that made her unforgettable. Elena Morgan, who'd looked through him at that same benefit when he tried to compliment her work, as if billionaire approval was just another item on her checklist. She was perfect, connected enough to satisfy his father's ghost, independent enough to understand a transaction, poised enough to play the role, and his mind calculated with the cold efficiency that had built his empire, likely desperate enough to accept. Why is she on this list? Damien asked. What's her pressure point? Richard hesitated again. That was twice in one meeting, a record. Her family's firm is in trouble. Her brother, Marcus Morgan Jr., has gambling debts. Substantial ones. The kind that attract attention from people who don't file lawsuits when they want repayment. Her father's been quietly liquidating assets, but it won't be enough. They're 6 months from insolvency, maybe less. There it was. The leverage point. The crack in the foundation. Damien felt something shift in his chest. Not quite guilt, not quite satisfaction. Somewhere between recognition and inevitability. She doesn't know she's on this list, he said. Not a question. None of them do. I compiled it based on. Contact her father. Damien closed the folder. Decision made with the finality that had defined every major choice of his adult life. Arrange a meeting. Private. Tonight if possible. Tell him I have a proposal that could solve both our problems. Marcus leaned forward. You're sure? There are 5 other candidates. Less complicated situations. I'm sure. Damien returned to his position at the window, dismissing them with his posture. Elena Morgan will be my wife. She just doesn't know it yet. The board members filed out, murmuring among themselves. Richard lingered. Damien. The attorney's voice carried 30 years of history. Your father. He meant well. In his way. My father meant to control me from beyond the grave. Damien didn't turn around. He succeeded. But the woman I choose, the terms I set, those are mine. And if she refuses, then I'll find another way, Damien thought. But he wouldn't need to. He'd seen Elena Morgan negotiate with vendors, manage crises, hold her ground against men twice her age and ego. She was a pragmatist beneath the polish. He'd see the logic, the mutual benefit, the clean lines of a transaction that could save them both. She won't refuse, he said. Have the contract drawn up by morning. Standard terms, with provisions for her business autonomy and reasonable personal freedom. Make it generous enough to feel like a choice. And if she asks why you chose her. Damien's reflection smiled, an expression that never reached his eyes. Tell her the truth. She's exactly what I need. Richard left. The door clicked shut with the finality of a vault ceiling. Damien remained at the window, watching Manhattan's twilight transform glass towers into monuments of light and shadow. Somewhere in that sprawl, Elena Morgan was building her careful independence, unaware that her world was about to tilt on its axis. He should feel something about that, remorse perhaps or hesitation. Instead, he felt only the cold clarity of a problem solved, an equation balanced. His father had tried to cage him with obligation. Instead, he'd provided a solution. Marriage as transaction. Partnership as strategy. Damien pulled out his phone, opened the file Richard had sent. More photos of Elena, at events in her office. One candid shot leaving a coffee shop with wind catching her hair. Beautiful, yes. But more than that, self-possessed, controlled. The kind of woman who'd understand that some contracts were written in ink, and others in necessity. He'd sign. And if something in him stirred at the thought of Elena Morgan in his space, wearing his ring, sleeping under his roof, well, that was simply biology. Aesthetics. The same appreciation he'd have for any well-executed acquisition. Nothing more. Nothing he couldn't control. Chapter 1. The Summons. Elena. The Cartier chandelier was crooked. Elena Morgan stood in the center of the plaza's grand ballroom, tablet in hand, and studied the offending fixture with the focused intensity of a general surveying a battlefield. 3 degrees to the left. Barely noticeable to anyone else, but she'd spent 5 years building Morgan events on the premise that details other people missed were the difference between adequate and flawless. Miguel, the chandelier in Sector 3. She spoke into her headset without looking away from the problem. Needs adjustment. 3 degrees counterclockwise. On it, boss. Around her, controlled chaos transformed empty space into a vision. White-gloved staff position centerpieces, winter roses and silver branches, each arrangement identical to the mock-up she'd approved 3 weeks ago. The string quartet was setting up in the corner, their movements efficient and practiced. In 2 hours, Manhattan's elite would flow through these doors for the Riverside Foundation's annual gala, and they'd see only effortless elegance. They wouldn't see the 14-hour days, the 3 vendor cancellations, the bride, because there was always a bride, who tried to poach her staff last week with offers of double pay. They wouldn't see Elena at 3 a.m., cross-referencing seating charts and dietary restrictions, building contingencies for contingencies. That was the point. Her phone buzzed against her hip. She ignored it, moving toward the stage where the podium seemed slightly off-center. Everything had to be perfect. Perfect was the only currency that mattered in this world. The only thing that kept Morgan events in the conversation when bigger firms with deeper pockets came calling. The phone buzzed again. Then again. Elena pulled it out with a flash of irritation. Her father's name filled the screen. 3 missed calls in as many minutes. Richard Morgan didn't call during events. He knew her schedule, respected her boundaries. Or he had, before her brother's spectacular implosion had turned family dinners into crisis management sessions. She stepped into the corridor, away from the controlled chaos, and answered. "Dad, I'm in the middle of. Come home." His voice was wrong, flat, defeated, the tone of a man who'd run out of options. "Now, Elena. It's important. I have a gala in 2 hours. 300 guests, the mayor's attending, I can't just. Your brother is missing." The words landed like a physical blow. Elena leaned against the marble wall, the cold seeping through her black dress. Missing as in he didn't come home last night, or missing as in the people he owes money to came to the house this morning. Her father's careful control cracked. They were very polite. Very specific about what happens if we don't settle his debts by the end of the month. The corridor tilted. Elena closed her eyes, forced her breathing to steady. Marcus Jr. had always been reckless, the golden child who'd turned his inheritance into a cautionary tale about hedge fund gambling and Atlantic City weekends. But this was different. This was dangerous. "How much?" she asked. Silence. "Dad. How much does he owe?" $8 million. Give or take. The number was obscene. Impossible. Elena's entire business was worth maybe half that, and most of it was tied up in equipment and contracts and the brownstone office space she'd mortgaged herself to afford. The firm is already leveraged to the breaking point, covering his previous debts. Her father's voice carried 30 years of Wall Street experience and none of its confidence. "I've liquidated what I can. It's not enough. Elena, I need you here. There's a potential solution. But it requires your presence." Something in his tone made her skin prickle. "What kind of solution?" "The kind we discuss in person. How soon can you be here?" Elena looked back toward the ballroom, where Miguel was adjusting the chandelier and the florist was placing the final centerpieces, and everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Her plan. The event that would cement Morgan Events' reputation, that would prove she was more than just her family name. "I have Simone on standby," she said, already calculating. Her assistant was good, capable of managing the execution even if she lacked Elena's obsessive attention to detail. "I can be there in 40 minutes. Make it 30. He hung up. Elena stood in the corridor, phone pressed to her chest, and let herself have 10 seconds of pure panic. $8 million. Men who made polite threats. Her brother missing, probably in some casino or worse, running from consequences he'd never learned to face. And her father who never asked for help, summoning her home like she was still 16 and capable of fixing things with charm and careful planning. 10 seconds. Then she straightened, smoothed her dress, and walked back into controlled chaos. "Simone." Her assistant looked up from the seating chart, blonde hair pulled into the same efficient bun Elena favored. "Your running point tonight. Everything's set, but watch the mayor's table. His wife has a shellfish allergy that's not in the official file. I put her at table 7, away from the kitchen." Simone's eyes widened. "You're leaving. Family emergency. You've got this." Elena squeezed her shoulder, projecting confidence she didn't feel. "Call me if anything deviates from plan. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow for the debrief." She was in her car, a sensible Audi, paid for in cash because she refused to owe anyone anything, before she let the mask slip. The drive from Midtown to the Morgan estate in Greenwich took 35 minutes in light traffic. Elena made it in 28, her mind racing through scenarios and solutions and the creeping certainty that whatever her father had planned, she wasn't going to like it. The house rose from winter-bare trees like something from another era, all stone and tradition and old money that was currently hemorrhaging from a wound her brother had inflicted. Elena pulled through the gates, parked in the circular drive, and sat for a moment in the leather-scented silence. She'd left this house at 23, determined to build something that was hers alone. 5 years of 18-hour days, of proving herself to clients who saw only her age and her name, of turning Morgan events from a business card into a brand. And now she was back, summoned like a child, because family was the cage you could never fully escape. Elena grabbed her tablet and walked through the front door. Her mother was waiting in the foyer, perfectly composed in cashmere and pearls, but her hands were shaking. Catherine Morgan had weathered market crashes and social scandals with the grace of someone born to Manhattan's upper echelons. Seeing her rattled was more frightening than her father's phone call. Elena. Her mother's embrace was brief, fragrant with Chanel No. 5. Your father's in the study. There's someone with him. Who? A business associate. I'll let him explain. The study door was closed. Elena knocked once, heard her father's muffled "come in," and entered. Richard Morgan stood by the window, backlit by winter afternoon light. He'd aged a decade in the past 6 months, gray hair thinning, shoulders curved under the weight of failure. Across from him, in the leather chair that had belonged to Elena's grandfather, sat a man who made the expensive furniture look ordinary by comparison. She knew him immediately. Damien Cross, Billionaire, CEO of Cross Industries. The man whose galas she'd coordinated, whose events she'd managed from a professional distance, whose reputation preceded him like a weather system. He stood when she entered, old-fashioned manners wrapped in a frame that suggested violence kept carefully leashed. Tall, dark-haired, with a kind of face that belonged on Roman coins or Renaissance paintings. Beautiful in the way predators were beautiful. Symmetrical, compelling, dangerous. Miss Morgan. His voice was darker than she remembered, textured like smoke. Thank you for coming. Elena looked from Damien to her father, confusion sharpening to suspicion. Dad, what's going on? Her father gestured to the chair beside Damien's. Sit down, sweetheart. I'd rather stand. Something flickered in Damien's expression. Amusement, maybe, or approval. He remained standing as well, a show of equality that felt calculated. Your father and I have been discussing a mutually beneficial arrangement, Damien said. One that would solve both our family's current complications. I'm not following. I need a wife. He delivered the statement with the same inflection he might use to order coffee. You need $8 million and the kind of social rehabilitation that comes with association to the Cross name. I'm proposing a trade. The words took a moment to land. When they did, Elena laughed, a sharp, incredulous sound that echoed off leather-bound books and mahogany paneling. You're joking. I don't joke about business. Damien's gaze was steady, unreadable. My father's will contains a marriage clause. I have 4 weeks to satisfy it or lose my company. You have less time than that before your brother's debts attract attention neither of our families can afford. Marriage solves both problems. Elena turned to her father. Tell me you didn't agree to this. Richard Morgan looked away. I told Mr. Cross we'd discuss it as a family. That the decision would be yours. How generous. Elena's voice could have cut glass. And what exactly does this arrangement entail? A contract. Damien reached into his jacket, produced a leather folder. Terms are negotiable, but the framework is straightforward. We marry, satisfy my father's clause, and present a united front for however long it takes to stabilize both situations. In exchange, I clear your family's debts and provide capital injection for your father's firm. Your business remains entirely yours. I have no interest in event planning. He said it like he was proposing a merger, not a marriage. Clinical, transactional. And somehow that made it worse than if he'd tried to dress it up with romance or pretense. Elena took the folder, flipped it open. The contract was dense, professionally drafted, covering everything from public appearances to financial arrangements to. She felt her face heat, sleeping arrangements. Separate residences maintained for first 6 months, with option to cohabitate for appearances as needed. Physical intimacy at mutual discretion. No expectation of romantic involvement. You've thought of everything, she said. I usually do. She looked up at him, really looked. Damien Cross stood in her family's study like he owned it, like he owned everything, with a kind of confidence that came from never hearing the word no. Handsome, yes. Powerful, obviously. But there was something else beneath the polished surface, something cold and controlled and utterly certain of its own correctness. And if I refuse? Lena asked. Then I'll find another candidate, and your family will find another solution. He paused. But we both know the options narrow considerably from here. The casual certainty of it made her want to throw the contract in his perfect face. But he was right and they both knew it. $8 million. Her brother missing. Men who made polite threats. Her father's firm circling the drain. And Damien Cross, offering a lifeboat with strings attached. I need time to think, Elena said. You have 48 hours. Damien buttoned his jacket with precise movements. After that, the offer expires. My attorney will be available if you have questions about the contract terms. He moved toward the door, then paused, looking back at her with those dark, unreadable eyes. For what it's worth, Miss Morgan, I've seen your work. You're exceptional at what you do. This would be a similar arrangement. A performance, carefully executed. I think you'd be very good at it. Then he was gone, leaving Elena standing in the study with a contract in her hands and the smell of expensive cologne lingering in the air. Her father broke the silence. Elena, don't. She held up one hand. Just don't. She walked out, past her mother hovering in the foyer, past the portraits of Morgan ancestors who'd built their fortune on shipping and steel, out into the winter afternoon where her breath fogged in the cold air. 48 hours to decide whether to marry a stranger. 48 hours to choose between her carefully built independence and her family's survival. Elena sat in her car, staring at the contract, and felt the cage door swing closed. That night, after the gala had concluded flawlessly without her, after Simone had texted photos of the mayor praising the event, after Elena had returned to her brownstone office and poured a glass of wine she didn't drink, a messenger arrived. Another folder, heavier than the first. Inside, an amended contract with handwritten notes in dark ink. Margin comments addressing concerns she hadn't yet voiced. Clarifications on her business autonomy. Protections for her assets. A separate bank account in her name, accessible only to her. And at the bottom, in that same dark script, a single line. You'll want for nothing. Except freedom. Elena read it 3 times, each pass making her angrier and more certain that Damien Cross understood exactly what he was taking from her. The worst part was how right he was. She did want for nothing, except the one thing she'd spent 5 years building. Her choice. Chapter 2. The Negotiation. Damien. The penthouse smelled like snow and steel. Winter air filtering through the ventilation system 60 stories above Manhattan, carrying the metallic tang of a city that never quite warmed. Damien stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching Elena Morgan's town car navigate the evening traffic below, and catalogued his own reactions with clinical detachment, anticipation, curiosity, and something else, something that felt uncomfortably like interest. He'd expected her to call, to negotiate terms over the phone with that crisp professional voice he'd heard her use with difficult clients. Instead, his assistant had received a text at 9 a.m. sharp. Mr. Cross's office. 7 p.m. Have questions. No preamble. No deference. Just the assumption that he'd rearrange his schedule to accommodate her. He had, of course, which told him more than he liked about the shift in power dynamics. The elevator chimed. Damien didn't turn, but he tracked her reflection in the glass, a dark silhouette crossing the marble expanse of his entry hall, heels clicking with purposeful rhythm. She wore black again, severe and expensive, her hair pulled back to expose the elegant line of her neck. Wore paint for a different kind of battle. Miss Morgan. He turned as she entered the main living space, watched her take in the room with the same assessing gaze she'd probably used on 100 event venues. Punctual. You're paying for my time. She set her bag on the leather sofa, not asking permission, claiming space. Even if you don't know it yet. Interesting. Whiskey. I don't drink during negotiations. Smart. He poured himself 2 fingers of Macallan anyway, more for something to do with his hands than any desire for alcohol. You've read the contract. 3 times. Elena pulled a tablet from her bag, the screen already glowing with annotated pages. You're very thorough, Mr. Cross. Almost like you've done this before. I haven't. But I don't do anything without contingency planning. He gestured to the seating area. Black leather and chrome, designed by someone whose name carried weight in architectural circles. Elena sat, spine straight, ankles crossed. Finishing school posture wrapped around steel. What are your questions? Let's start with the obvious one. She met his gaze without flinching. Why me? Damien had prepared for this, had rehearsed the logical answer. Family name, social connections, mutual benefit. But something about the way she asked, direct, unflinching, demanding truth, made the rehearsed response feel inadequate. You're self-sufficient, he said instead. You've built something independent of your family name, which means you understand the value of autonomy. You won't mistake a business arrangement for a fairy tale. That's a diplomatic way of saying I'm desperate enough to consider this and cynical enough to execute it. I'd say pragmatic rather than cynical. He took a seat across from her, maintaining careful distance. And yes, your family's situation creates motivation. I won't pretend otherwise. But desperation alone wouldn't be enough. I need someone who can play the role convincingly. You've spent 5 years performing for Manhattan's elite. You know the steps. Something flickered across her face. Not quite anger, not quite acknowledgement. You've been watching me. I've been aware of you. There's a difference. Damien swirled the whiskey, watching amber liquid catch the light. I attend events you coordinate. I notice competence. When your name appeared on my attorney's list, I already knew you'd be capable of managing the performance aspects of this arrangement. Performance. Elena's mouth twisted. You make it sound like theater. Isn't it? Marriage, especially in our circles, it's costuming and staging and hitting your marks. The only difference is we're being honest about the script. She was quiet for a moment, studying him with an intensity that made something in his chest tighten. Most people couldn't hold his gaze this long. Most people looked away, unsettled by whatever they saw in his face. Elena Morgan looked harder. Clause 7, she said finally, tapping her tablet. Public appearances as needed. Minimum twice monthly. Define, as needed. And just like that they were negotiating. For the next hour, they dissected the contract with the precision of surgeons. Elena challenged every ambiguous phrase, questioned every assumption, pushed back on terms he'd considered non-negotiable. She wanted her office space protected as separate property. She wanted quarterly financial reviews to ensure her business accounts remained untouched. Reasonable. She wanted the right to maintain her own social calendar, her own friendships, her own life beyond the performance. That one made him pause. Within reason, Damien countered. If you're photographed with another man, the press will. I'm not planning to date Mr. Cross. I'm planning to have coffee with friends without asking permission. Her voice could have cut diamonds. Unless you're suggesting the contract includes monitoring my movements. I'm suggesting we both need to be conscious of optics. Then the same clause applies to you. No mysterious brunettes leaving your penthouse at dawn. No whispers about Damien Cross and his convenient wife who doesn't share his bed. Fair. Agreed. They moved on to living arrangements. Elena wanted the Brooklyn Heights brownstone, not the penthouse. More privacy, separate entrance, her own space within the shared property. Damien had expected this. He'd already had his assistant prepare the brownstone's master suite. Separate bedrooms, Elena said, not quite making it a question. For now. The contract allows for adjustment if circumstances change. They won't. You sound very certain. I am. She looked up from the tablet, and for the first time he saw something raw beneath the professional veneer. I'm signing away my freedom, Mr. Cross. I'm not signing away my body. The words landed harder than they should have. Damien set down his glass with careful control, aware of the sudden tension threading the air between them. I would never ask you to. His voice came out rougher than intended. Physical intimacy requires mutual desire, not contractual obligation. That clause exists to clarify expectations, not create them. And if the press questions why we maintain separate rooms, then we tell them we value our independence. Or we don't tell them anything. It's none of their concern what happens behind closed doors. He leaned forward slightly. Elena, I'm not interested in a wife I have to coerce. I'm interested in a partner who understands the terms and chooses to participate. Everything else is negotiable. She held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then nodded and returned to the tablet. They negotiated duration. Initial term of 2 years, with options to extend or dissolve based on mutual agreement. They negotiated holidays, family obligations, the handling of media inquiries. Elena wanted veto power over any press releases about their relationship. Damien wanted her attendance at quarterly board dinners. They compromised, adjusted, found the spaces where their needs overlapped. It was, he realized somewhere around hour 2, the most honest conversation he'd had in years. Clause 15, Elena said, and something in her tone made him focus. The termination conditions. You've listed infidelity, criminal activity, breach of confidentiality. What about incompatibility? Define incompatibility. What if we can't stand each other? She looked up, and he caught something vulnerable in her expression before she locked it down. What if 6 months in, we're miserable and the performance is cracking? Do we just endure it for 2 years? Damien considered this. He'd built the contract to be airtight, to prevent either party from walking away on a whim. But Elena was right. Forcing 2 people to coexist in mutual misery would undermine the entire purpose. Amendment, he said. After the first year, either party can initiate termination proceedings with 6 months' notice and documented evidence that the arrangement has become untenable. A mediator reviews the evidence and makes the final determination. Who chooses the mediator? We do. Together. Someone we both trust to be impartial. Elena made a note on her tablet. I'll want that in writing. Of course. She scrolled through several more pages, then set the device down. The movement felt final, like a door closing. Or opening. Last question, she said. What happens if one of us falls in love? The question caught him off guard. Not because he hadn't considered it, but because he'd assumed it was so unlikely as to be irrelevant. Elena Morgan didn't look like someone who believed in fairy tales. And Damien had spent 34 years building walls that kept sentiment safely at bay. With each other or with someone else, he asked. Either. Both. Damien stood, crossed to the windows. Manhattan glittered below. A million lights representing a million lives he'd never touch. His city. His kingdom. And somewhere in that sprawl, the woman who would become his wife was asking about love like it was a variable he'd forgotten to account for. If you fall in love with someone else, he said carefully, we dissolve the contract. I won't cage you in a marriage while your heart is elsewhere. It would defeat the purpose. And if I fall in love with you? He turned to face her. Elena was standing now too, arms crossed, expression guarded but eyes sharp with something that might have been challenge. That won't happen, Damien said. You sound very certain. I am. He moved closer, not quite invading her space but near enough to see the pulse jumping in her throat. I'm not capable of inspiring that kind of devotion, Elena. I'm cold, I'm controlling, and I view relationships as transactions. You'll be comfortable, protected, and respected. But you won't be loved. If that's what you're hoping for, choose someone else. She didn't step back. Didn't look away. Just studied him with that unnerving intensity, like she was cataloging his flaws and calculating whether she could work with them. I'm not hoping for love, Mr. Cross. I'm hoping for honesty. She pulled a pen from her bag. Fountain pen, he noticed, expensive and well used. If we're doing this, we do it with clear eyes and no illusions. You get your company. I get my family's debts cleared and my business protected. Everything else is performance. Agreed. She held out her hand. Not for a handshake, for the contract. Damien retrieved it from his desk, the original document with all their amendments noted in the margins. Elena flipped to the signature page, uncapped her pen and paused. Once I sign this, there's no going back. There are termination clauses. But the marriage itself will be legal and binding. He watched her hand hover over the paper. If you have doubts, I have 1,000 doubts. She pressed pen to paper. But I also have a family drowning in debt, and a brother who's probably going to get himself killed if someone doesn't intervene. So I'm choosing the cage I can negotiate. Her signature was elegant, decisive. Elena Morgan, written in dark ink that would bind her to him for the next 2 years minimum. She handed him the pen. Damien signed below her name. His script bolder, more aggressive. When he finished, he looked up to find her watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. What? He asked. I'm trying to figure out if you're relieved or disappointed. Why would I be disappointed? Because this was too easy. Elena capped her pen, slid it back into her bag. You're used to fighting for what you want. I just handed it to you. She was more perceptive than he'd anticipated. Damien set the contract aside, suddenly aware of how close they were standing, how the lamplight caught in her dark hair and made her skin glow. You negotiated hard, he said. I have the amended clauses to prove it. I negotiated details. But I was always going to sign. She tilted her head slightly. You knew that, didn't you? When you walked into my father's study, you already knew I'd say yes. I knew you were practical enough to see the logic. That's not the same thing as knowing I'd sign. No, it wasn't. Damien had gambled, calculated odds, assessed risk, made his play. But Elena was right. Some part of him had been certain from the moment he'd seen her photograph that she would be his wife. The certainty should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like the first move in a game whose rules he didn't fully understand. When? Elena asked, breaking the silence. When do we execute this? The wedding. 2 weeks. Small ceremony, immediate family only. Then a larger reception for the press and board members. He'd already had his assistant start making arrangements, contingent on Elena's signature. Unless you want something different. I want it over with. She picked up her bag, shouldered it with the efficiency of someone used to carrying her own weight. Send me the details. I'll handle my side. She was halfway to the elevator when Damien spoke again. Elena. She turned, backlit by the entry hall's recessed lighting. You're right, he said. This was too easy. Which means the hard part comes next. The hard part. Convincing everyone we chose this. That we're not 2 people executing a contract, but 2 people who. He trailed off, unsure how to finish the sentence. Elena smiled, small, sharp, not quite reaching her eyes. 2 people who what, Mr. Cross? Fell in love. That's the performance, isn't it? Making them believe the lie. It's not a lie if we commit to it. It's always a lie. She pressed the elevator button. But I'm very good at making lies look beautiful. It's literally my job. The elevator arrived. She stepped inside, and Damien watched her reflection in the polished brass doors as they slid closed. Elena Morgan, soon to be Elena Cross, looking small and contained and absolutely certain. He returned to the windows, contract in hand, and read through their amendments one more time. Her handwriting in the margins, his responses, the careful dance of two people negotiating the terms of their own cage. His phone buzzed. Richard Castellano, his attorney. "It's done?" Richard asked without preamble. She signed. "And you're certain about this? There are still other options, less complicated." "I'm certain." Damien looked down at Manhattan, at the rivers of light flowing between buildings. "Prepare the announcement. Engagement first, then wedding details. Keep it romantic but not saccharine. Elena Morgan and Damien Cross, a partnership built on mutual respect and shared vision. The press will want a story. How you met, how long you've been seeing each other. We'll give them one. A carefully constructed narrative that satisfies their curiosity without revealing the truth." He paused. "Elena's good at this. She'll know what they need to hear." Richard was quiet for a moment. "Damien, your father's clause. It requires marriage, but it doesn't require happiness. Don't confuse satisfying the contract with building something real." "I'm not confused. This is exactly what it appears to be. A transaction." "Then why do you sound like you're trying to convince yourself?" Damien ended the call without answering. He stood at the window for another hour, watching the city pulse and shift, and tried not to think about the way Elena's hand had trembled slightly before she signed. Tried not to wonder what it cost her to write her name in ink and bind herself to a stranger. Tried not to acknowledge the dangerous satisfaction he'd felt when she challenged him, pushed back, demanded equal footing in a game he designed to be played alone. She was right. The signing had been too easy. The performance would be harder. But the hardest part, the part neither of them had written into the contract, would be remembering that performance was all it was. His phone lit up with a text. "Lena. Clause 23 needs revision. Mutual respect is too vague. I want specific behavioral expectations. Send amendments by tomorrow." Damien found himself smiling at the screen, a genuine expression that felt foreign on his face. "Agreed. My attorney will have them to you by noon." Three dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "This is going to be a very long 2 years, Mr. Cross. Call me Damien. We're getting married in 2 weeks. Not yet, we're not. I haven't said yes to the wedding timeline. You signed the contract. The contract says 2 weeks is your preference. I want 3. I need time to prepare." He should have been irritated by the pushback. Instead, he felt that dangerous satisfaction again, the sense that Elena Morgan was going to be far more interesting than he'd anticipated. 3 weeks. But the engagement announcement goes out Monday. Fine. Send me the draft for approval. You don't trust me to write our love story. I don't trust anyone to write my story. That's why I'm still standing." The text stopped. Damien set the phone down and returned to the contract, reading through it one more time. Somewhere in the margins between his words and hers, between the clauses they'd negotiated and the terms they'd agreed to, was the shape of the next 2 years. A marriage built on contracts and contingencies. Partnership forged from necessity. And beneath it all, the unspoken truth neither of them had written down. They were both choosing cages. The only question was whether they'd learn to fly within the bars, or spend 2 years beating their wings bloody against the limits they'd agreed to. Damien folded the contract, locked it in his safe, and tried to ignore the way his hands wanted to shake. In 2 weeks, Elena Morgan would become his wife. He should have felt triumphant. Instead, he felt like he'd just made a move in a game where he didn't know all the rules, and the only other player was too smart to show her hand. The city glittered below, indifferent to the contracts signed in its towers, and Damien Cross stood alone in his penthouse and wondered what he'd just set in motion. Chapter 3: The Performance. Lena. The wedding dress hung in Elena's bedroom like a ghost, ivory silk catching the gray morning light filtering through Brooklyn Heights' brownstone windows. She'd chosen it in 45 minutes, a personal record that had made the Vera Wong consultant visibly anxious. But Elena had learned years ago that decisiveness was armor, and she needed every piece of protection she could manufacture. 3 weeks had collapsed into a blur of contracts and choreography. The engagement announcement had broken on a Monday. Carefully crafted prose about long-time mutual admiration and shared values that made Elena's teeth ache with its calculated romance. Her phone had exploded. Friends demanding details, clients offering congratulations, her mother calling 6 times in 2 hours to discuss reception flowers. Only Simone had looked at her with something like understanding. "You don't have to do this," her assistant had said, standing in Morgan Events' office while Elena sorted through vendor contracts with mechanical precision. "Yes, I do. There are other ways to get money. Loans, investors. $8 million worth. In 2 weeks." Elena had looked up from the contracts, and whatever Simone saw in her face made the other woman step back. "This is the only way that doesn't end with my brother in the Hudson River and my father's firm in bankruptcy court." Simone hadn't argued after that. Now, standing in what would soon be her bedroom, their bedroom, she corrected mentally, though Damien had made it clear the master suite sitting room would convert to his separate sleeping space, Elena studied the dress and tried to remember what hope felt like. The brownstone was beautiful, she'd give him that. For stories of original detail and modern renovation, with a private garden that probably cost more to maintain than her entire office lease. Damien had handed her the keys last week with the same clinical efficiency he brought to everything, pointing out the security system and the housekeeper's schedule and the study he'd had converted to her personal office. "I won't intrude on your space," he'd said, standing in the marble foyer like a stranger touring a museum. "The 3rd floor is yours entirely. I'll stay on the 2nd. Separate floors. Separate lives. A marriage that existed only in the performance." Elena's phone buzzed against the nightstand. Her mother, probably, with another crisis about seating arrangements or the string quartet's repertoire. But when she checked the screen, Damien's name stared back at her. "The car will arrive at 2 p.m. Rehearsal at 3. Try to look like you're not attending a funeral." Despite everything, Elena felt her mouth twitch. Damien's texts had become a strange constant over the past 3 weeks. Brief, dry, occasionally revealing flashes of humor she suspected he'd deny possessing. They'd met 4 times to coordinate details, each meeting a careful dance of maintained distance and necessary collaboration. She'd learned things about him in those meetings. He drank his coffee black. He was left-handed. He had a tell when something annoyed him, a slight tightening around his eyes that vanished almost before it appeared. And he watched her with an intensity that made her skin prickle, like she was a puzzle he was determined to solve. "I'll try to contain my enthusiasm," she texted back. "Should I practice my adoring gaze in the mirror?" 3 dots appeared immediately. "Only if you want the press to think I'm holding you hostage. Natural works better." Natural. But because everything about this is natural. You're the one who coordinates events for a living. Think of it as your most important production. Elena stared at the message, something cold settling in her chest. He was right, of course. This was a production. She was the director, the set designer, and the lead actress in a performance that would determine whether she spent the next 2 years in comfortable captivity or constant warfare. "See you at 3, she typed, then set the phone down before he could respond. The rehearsal was held at the Plaza, in the same ballroom where she'd coordinated the Riverside Foundation Gala 3 weeks ago. Lifetime ago. Walking through those doors felt like stepping into an alternate timeline, one where Elena Morgan had made different choices and ended up here anyway, trapped by circumstance and family obligation. Damien was already there, talking to the officiant, a judge he knew, someone who'd agreed to perform a small ceremony with minimal fuss. He wore charcoal gray, perfectly tailored. His dark hair slightly disheveled like he'd been running his hands through it. When he saw Elena, something shifted in his expression. Not quite warmth, but acknowledgement. Recognition. "Elena." He crossed to her with that predatory grace she'd noticed the first time they met. "You look like I'm attending a funeral." She kept her voice light, but the edge was there. "I was going to say beautiful." His gaze traveled over her simple black dress, lingered on her face. Tense. Very tense. I'm about to rehearse marrying a stranger. Tension seems appropriate. We're not strangers anymore. Damien offered his arm, and after a moment's hesitation, Elena took it. His forearm was solid beneath the expensive fabric, warm and real in a way that made this whole surreal situation suddenly, uncomfortably concrete. We've negotiated contract amendments. We've argued about furniture placement. We know each other's coffee preferences. That's more than some couples have after years of marriage. That's depressing. That's pragmatic. He guided her toward the front of the ballroom, where the judge waited with a patient expression. We're building something functional, Elena. It doesn't have to be a love story to be successful. She wanted to argue, to point out that marriage should be more than functional, that people were supposed to choose each other out of desire rather than desperation. But her parents' marriage was functional. 30 years of maintained appearances and separate bedrooms, and the kind of polite distance that passed for contentment in their circles. Maybe Damien's honesty was better than the alternative. The rehearsal was mercifully brief. They walked through the processional, practiced standing at the appropriate distance, ran through the vows. Standard legal language, nothing personal or poetic. When the judge instructed them to practice the kiss, Elena felt her stomach clench. It doesn't have to be, the judge started, but Damien cut him off. We should practice. The press will be watching tomorrow. He said it matter-of-factly, like kissing was another item on a checklist. Elena forced herself to nod, to step closer, to tilt her face up toward his. Damien's hand came up to cup her jaw, thumb brushing her cheekbone with surprising gentleness. His eyes held hers for a long moment, dark and unreadable, before he lowered his head. The kiss was soft, restrained, barely more than a brush of lips against lips, over almost before it began. But Elena felt it everywhere, a spark that traveled down her spine and pooled low in her belly, unwelcome and undeniable. When Damien pulled back, his expression was carefully neutral, but his hand lingered on her face for a heartbeat longer than necessary, and Elena saw something flicker in his eyes. Surprise, maybe, or recognition of the same unwanted current she'd felt. That works, he said, voice rougher than usual. His hand dropped away. Tomorrow we'll add more. Investment. For the cameras. Elena nodded, not trusting her voice. Her lips still tingled where his had touched them, and she hated her body for responding to what should have been a purely mechanical gesture. The judge dismissed them with instructions for tomorrow's timeline. Elena started toward the exit, needing air and distance and a moment to recalibrate, but Damien caught her elbow. Wait, there's something else. He pulled a small velvet box from his jacket pocket. Elena stared at it, recognition dawning with a sinking feeling. You already gave me an engagement ring, she said. The platinum band with its tasteful solitaire currently sat in her jewelry box, worn only for public appearances. That was for the announcement. This is for tomorrow. Damien opened the box, revealing a second ring, a wedding band that matched the engagement ring's elegant simplicity. Unless you'd prefer to choose your own. At this point, Elena laughed, the sound brittle. We're past the illusion of choice, Damien. Something tightened in his expression. He took the ring from the box, reached for her left hand. Elena let him take it, watched as he slid the band onto her finger above the engagement ring. The metal was warm from his pocket, and it fit perfectly. Of course it did. Damien Cross didn't do anything without precision. There's always choice, he said quietly, still holding her hand. You could walk away right now. Break the contract, face the consequences. I wouldn't stop you. Elena looked down at their joined hands. His tan and scarred across the knuckles, hers pale and ringless except for the symbols of their arrangement. She thought about her brother, missing for 3 weeks now but alive according to the private investigator Damien had hired. Thought about her father's firm, stabilized by the capital injection Damien had provided as a good faith gesture before the wedding. thought about her mother's relief, her assistant's concern, the carefully constructed life she'd built that was now being absorbed into something larger and colder. "No," she said. "I couldn't." Damien's thumb brushed across her knuckles, a gesture so gentle it made her throat tighten. "Then stop acting like you're being marched to your execution. Tomorrow we stand up in front of everyone who matters and tell them we chose this. Make them believe it, Elena. Make yourself believe it, even if just for a few hours. And after, we go back to the carefully negotiated terms of our arrangement." He released her hand, stepped back, the moment of softness evaporating like it had never existed. "But tomorrow we sell the story. Can you do that?" Elena straightened her spine, lifted her chin, found the mask she'd worn through 1,000 events where everything was falling apart behind the scenes. "I'm very good at making things look beautiful, Mr. Cross. Even when they're not." "Damien," he corrected. "Tomorrow you'll be my wife. First names seem appropriate." "Tomorrow," Elena agreed. "Today you're still the man who bought me." She walked away before he could respond, aware of his gaze following her across the ballroom. Her hand felt heavy with the weight of the rings, and her lips still carried the ghost of that too brief kiss. Tomorrow, she would marry Damien Cross. She would smile for the cameras, say the vows, play the role of the blushing bride who'd captured Manhattan's most eligible bachelor's heart. And the day after, she would wake up in a beautiful cage and begin learning how to survive it. The wedding day arrived with crystalline winter sunshine, the kind of bright cold morning that made Manhattan look like it had been carved from ice and light. Elena woke at dawn in her apartment. Her last morning in the space she'd called home for 5 years, and lay still, listening to the city wake up around her. By noon, she was in the plaza's bridal suite, surrounded by her mother's anxious hovering and Simone's quiet efficiency, and a team of stylists who transformed her into someone she barely recognized. The woman in the mirror wore ivory silk and diamond earrings, her dark hair swept into an elegant updo, her face painted into a mask of serene beauty. She looked like a bride. She felt like an actress preparing for opening night. "You're beautiful, sweetheart." Her mother's eyes were wet, and Elena felt a stab of guilt. Catherine Morgan didn't know the full truth, thought this was a whirlwind romance, a love match between two people who'd found each other at the right moment. Elena had let her believe it, unable to bear the weight of her mother's disappointment on top of everything else. "Thanks, Mom. I know it's fast, but sometimes you just know." Catherine adjusted Elena's veil with trembling fingers. "Your father and we knew within a month. When it's right, it's right." Elena smiled and said nothing. Let her mother have the fairy tale. Someone should. The ceremony was small, immediate family only as promised. Elena's parents, her younger sister flying in from London, Damien's mother, elegant and remote, with eyes that saw too much, and a handful of close family friends who'd been sworn to secrecy until the press release went out. Elena walked down the aisle on her father's arm, and for a moment, she let herself pretend this was real. That the man waiting at the altar had chosen her out of love rather than necessity. That the vows they were about to exchange meant something beyond legal obligation. Damien watched her approach with an expression she couldn't read. He wore a black tuxedo that probably cost more than her first car. His dark hair swept back, his jaw tight with tension. When her father placed her hand in his, Damien's fingers closed around hers with surprising warmth. "You look stunning," he murmured, too quiet for anyone else to hear. "You look terrified," she whispered back. His mouth twitched. "Perceptive." The judge began speaking, words about commitment and partnership that washed over Elena like white noise. She focused on Damien's face instead, cataloging details. The small scar above his left eyebrow. The way he blinked slowly when concentrating. The muscle that jumped in his jaw when the judge mentioned love and cherish. Then it was time for vows. Damien went first, his voice steady and sure. "I, Damien Cross, take you, Elena Morgan, to be my lawfully wedded wife. I promise to respect your independence, protect your interests, and honor the partnership we're building together." Not traditional vows. Not romantic ones. but honest in their way. Elena's turn. She looked into his dark eyes and spoke the words they'd agreed on. I, Elena Morgan, take you, Damien Cross, to be my lawfully wedded husband. I promise to stand beside you to maintain the trust between us, and to honor the commitment we're making today. Carefully worded. Technically true. Empty of everything that should make a wedding meaningful. The judge pronounced them married. You may kiss your bride. This time, when Damien cupped her face, Elena was prepared for the jolt. But preparation didn't stop her breath from catching when his mouth met hers, didn't prevent the heat that bloomed beneath her skin. He kissed her longer than at rehearsal, deeper. His hand sliding to the nape of her neck. Not passionate, they were still performing, but thorough enough to make her forget for a moment that this was all theater. When they broke apart, Elena saw satisfaction in his eyes. The kiss had looked good. Convincing. Exactly what they needed. She hated that it had felt good too. Applause broke out. Elena turned to face their small audience, Damien's arm solid around her waist, and smiled until her face hurt. Photos were taken. Champagne was poured. Her mother cried. Damien's mother offered cool congratulations and a warning glance that suggested she knew more than she was saying. 2 hours later, they were in the back of a town car, heading toward the larger reception at Damien's, their brownstone. Elena had removed her veil, and the weight of the day pressed down on her shoulders like a physical thing. You did well, Damien said, breaking the silence. He'd loosened his tie, and in the car's dim interior, he looked younger, less controlled. Very convincing. So did you. Elena twisted the wedding band on her finger, the metal already familiar. Your mother doesn't believe it, though. My mother doesn't believe in anything except self-preservation. Don't worry about her. He poured 2 glasses of champagne from the car's bar, handed her one. To successful performances. Elena took the glass but didn't drink. Is that what we're toasting? Success. What else would we toast? I don't know. Survival, maybe. Or the fact that we just legally bound ourselves to a stranger for the next 2 years minimum. Damien was quiet for a moment, studying her with that unnerving intensity. We're not strangers, Elena. I keep telling you that. Knowing someone's coffee order doesn't make them not a stranger. Then what does? He leaned forward slightly, and Elena was suddenly aware of how small the car's back seat was, how close they were sitting. What would I need to know about you to graduate from stranger to something else? The question felt dangerous, like he was asking for more than surface details, more than the careful boundaries they'd established. Elena looked away, out the window at Brooklyn Heights sliding past. I don't think that's part of our contract, she said finally. No, it's not. Damien sat back, and the moment passed. But we have 2 years to figure out what is. The reception was elegant chaos, 100 guests filling the brownstone's first floor, press photographers corralled in a designated area, waiters circulating with champagne and carefully curated hors d'oeuvres. Elena moved through it on autopilot, playing her role with the skill of 5 years' practice. She smiled, accepted congratulations, laughed at appropriate moments, and let Damien's hand rest on her lower back with the possessive casualness of a man who'd earned the right. Only once did the mask slip. She was standing near the garden windows, stealing a moment of relative quiet, when a woman approached. Mid-30s, blonde, beautiful in the way that required professional maintenance. She looked at Elena with something like pity. You're very brave, the woman said, voice pitched low. Or very desperate. I haven't decided which. Elena's spine stiffened. I'm sorry, have we met? Vanessa Chen. I was on Damien's list. The woman smiled, sharp and knowing. Before he chose you. My uncle mentioned it. Said Damien needed a wife and I fit the criteria. I turned him down. I've seen what happens to women who get too close to Damien Cross. And what's that? They disappear. Vanessa sipped her champagne. Not literally. But they lose themselves trying to be what he needs. He's very good at making people reshape themselves to fit his requirements. very good at control. Elena wanted to argue to defend the arrangement she'd chosen. But Vanessa's words landed too close to fears she'd been trying not to examine. "Thank you for the warning," she said instead. "But I know what I'm doing." "Do you?" Vanessa's gaze was pitying. "Because from where I'm standing, you look like a woman who just signed away her freedom and is trying very hard to pretend it was her choice." She walked away before Elena could respond. The rest of the reception blurred together. At some point, Damien found her, pulled her onto the makeshift dance floor for their first dance. They moved together with the awkward precision of people who'd never danced together before. His hand warm on her waist, her palm pressed against his shoulder. "You're shaking," he murmured. "I'm cold." "You're lying." His thumb brushed against her spine, a gesture that could have been comfort or possession. "What happened?" "Nothing. Just tired." Elena forced herself to meet his eyes. "How much longer do we have to perform?" Something flickered across his face. Disappointment, maybe, or resignation. "Another hour. Then everyone leaves and it's just us." "Just us." The words should have been comforting. Instead, they made Elena's throat tighten with something that felt dangerously close to panic. The last guest left at midnight. Elena stood in the foyer, shoes abandoned, champagne buzz fading into exhaustion, and watched Damien lock the door. The brownstone was suddenly too quiet, too intimate, the space between them charged with everything unspoken. "I'll show you upstairs," Damien said, all business again. "Your things were moved in yesterday. The housekeeper unpacked everything according to your specifications." He led her up the stairs to the third floor. Elena's floor. Her sanctuary within the cage. The master suite was beautiful, all soft grays and cream, with windows overlooking the garden and a bathroom that could have been featured in magazines. Her clothes hung in the walk-in closet, her books arranged on the shelves, her laptop set up in the sitting room that Damien had promised would be his separate sleeping space. "There's an adjoining door," he said, pointing to a door she hadn't noticed. "Locks from both sides. I'll only use it if there's an emergency or if you invite me to." The implication hung in the air between them. "That won't happen," Elena said. "I know." Damien moved toward the door, then paused. "Elena, about what I said earlier. About us not being strangers. Meant it. This doesn't have to be a prison sentence." "Then what is it?" He was quiet for a long moment, silhouetted in the doorway, and Elena saw something raw cross his face before he locked it down. "I don't know yet," he said finally. "But we have 2 years to figure it out." Then he was gone, the door closing softly behind him. Elena stood alone in her beautiful bedroom, still wearing her wedding dress, and felt the full weight of what she'd done settle over her. She was married, legally bound to a man she barely knew, living in his house, wearing his rings, playing a role she'd have to maintain for the next 2 years minimum. She crossed to the window, looked out at the garden below. Snow had started falling, dusting the bare branches with white. It was beautiful, serene, perfect cage. Her phone buzzed. A text from Simone. "You okay?" Elena stared at the message, trying to formulate a response that wasn't a lie. But what could she say? That she'd married a stranger for money. That she'd just performed the role of her life and didn't know how to take off the costume. That she was terrified she'd lose herself in this arrangement, just like Vanessa Chen had warned. "I'm fine," she typed. "Talk tomorrow." She set the phone down and began the careful process of removing her wedding dress. The silk whispered against her skin as it fell away, and Elena hung it in the closet next to clothes that had been hers yesterday and somehow felt like they belonged to someone else today. At 3 a.m., she woke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Elena lay still, heart pounding, and watched the sliver of light beneath her door. A shadow paused there, motionless, and she knew without seeing that it was Damien, standing outside her room, watching, waiting. After an endless minute, the shadow moved away. Elena pulled the covers up to her chin and tried to convince herself she felt relieved rather than disappointed. Tomorrow, she would wake up as Elena Cross. She would learn to navigate this new life, this careful performance, This marriage built on contracts instead of love. But tonight, she was still Elena Morgan, lying alone in a stranger's house, wearing a stranger's rings, and wondering what she'd just traded her freedom for. The answer, she suspected, was something far more dangerous than financial security. It was the possibility that Damien Cross might be right, that they weren't strangers at all, but two people who understood each other in ways that made the cage they'd chosen feel less like imprisonment and more like inevitability. And that terrified her more than anything else. Chapter 4: Territorial. Damien. The brownstone felt different with Elena in it. Damien stood at his study window 3 days after the wedding, watching snow accumulate on the garden's bare branches, and tried to identify the source of his unease. The house looked the same. Same furniture, same art on the walls, same precisely maintained order he'd established when he'd bought the property 5 years ago. But something fundamental had shifted, like the air pressure had changed or the walls had contracted by imperceptible degrees. She was too quiet. That was the problem. Elena moved through the space like a ghost, polite and distant, her presence announced only by small signs. Coffee cup in the sink, laptop open in her third-floor study, the faint scent of her perfume lingering in hallways. They'd established a rhythm quickly. He left for the office at 7, she emerged around 8. They crossed paths maybe twice a day in carefully neutral territory. It was exactly what he'd designed. Separate lives, minimal friction, a marriage that existed only in public performance. So why did it feel wrong? His phone buzzed. Marcus Chen asking about the Singapore acquisition. Damien responded with half his attention, the other half tracking the sound of Elena's footsteps on the floor above. She was pacing. He'd learned to recognize the pattern, back and forth across her study, the rhythm speeding up when she was agitated. She'd been pacing for an hour. Damien set down his phone and stared at the ceiling, warring with the impulse to go upstairs, to check on her, to insert himself into whatever problem had her wearing tracks in the hardwood. Not your concern, he reminded himself. She negotiated independence. Honor it. But the pacing continued, and with it, the growing awareness that he'd miscalculated something essential about this arrangement. He'd thought distance would make it easier, that maintaining separate spheres would prevent the complications he'd spent a lifetime avoiding: attachment, dependency, the dangerous vulnerability that came with letting someone past his defenses. Instead, the distance was driving him to distraction, making him hyper-aware of every sound she made, every moment she occupied space in his house without actually occupying space in his life. Pacing stopped. Damien waited, listening. Footsteps on the stairs, descending. She was coming down. His pulse kicked up, a physiological response he noted with irritation, and he forced himself to remain seated, to project the appearance of a man absorbed in work rather than tracking his wife's movements like a predator monitoring prey. Elena appeared in the study doorway, tablet in hand, still wearing what he'd come to recognize as her work uniform. Black pants, silk blouse, hair pulled back with ruthless efficiency. She looked tired. Shadows beneath her eyes suggested she was sleeping as poorly as he was. "Do you have a minute?" she asked, voice carefully neutral. "Of course." Damien gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Problem. Potential problem." She sat, crossed her legs, all business. "I have a client event next week. Corporate gala, 300 guests, very high profile. The client specifically requested that I be on site the entire evening." "That's your job." "Yes. But it's also the same night as your company's quarterly board dinner." She pulled up something on her tablet. "The one you asked me to attend. Clause 18, public appearances at key business functions." Damien leaned back in his chair, studying her. Elena's expression was professionally blank, but he caught the tension in her shoulders, the way her thumb worried at the corner of the tablet. She was preparing for a fight. "The board dinner isn't mandatory," he said. "I asked you to attend because it would be good optics, but if you have a prior commitment, I want to be clear about expectations." Elena's gaze was direct, unflinching. "My business comes first. That was in the contract. But I also don't want to undermine whatever image we're supposed to be projecting. So I need to know, which takes priority?" It was a test. Damien recognized it with the same certainty. He recognized market manipulation or hostile takeover attempts. Elena was establishing boundaries, forcing him to choose between the terms they'd agreed to and the territorial impulse he'd been fighting since she'd moved in. The correct answer was obvious. Her business, her choice, exactly as they'd negotiated. But something in him resisted. The board dinner was important. His first major event since the marriage, a chance to present Elena as the partner who'd legitimized his claim to the company. Her absence would raise questions, create speculation about the stability of their arrangement. "Your client," Damien said carefully. "How flexible are they about your presence?" "Not very. It's a new contract, and they're paying premium rates specifically for my personal attention." He paused. "I could send Simone, but that would be a breach of the agreement I signed. And my board dinner has 60 people expecting to meet my new wife. Then we have a conflict." The word hung between them, sharp-edged. Damien felt the familiar urge to solve the problem through control, to suggest she delegate the event, to point out that his needs should take precedence, to remind her that the capital injection saving her family's firm came with implicit obligations. But that was his father's playbook. Control through leverage. Love through obligation. "You take your client event," he said instead. "I'll handle the board dinner alone." Elena's eyebrows rose. "You're sure? Your business was the one non-negotiable term you insisted on. I'm not going to undermine it 3 days into the marriage." He pulled up his calendar, made a note. "I'll tell the board you had a prior commitment. They'll understand." "Will they?" "They'll have to." Damien met her gaze. "Elena, I meant what I said in the contract. Your professional life is yours. I won't interfere with it." Something shifted in her expression. Surprise, maybe, or reassessment. She'd been braced for a fight, and he'd given her capitulation instead. The realization that she didn't know how to respond was oddly satisfying. "Thank you," she said finally. "I appreciate that. Don't thank me for honoring the terms we agreed to. Most men would find a way around the terms. Loopholes, pressure, implied expectations." She tilted her head slightly, studying him. "You're not most men, are you?" "I don't know if that's a compliment or an observation." "Both, maybe." Elena stood, smoothed her pants with precise movements. "I should get back to work. The event's in 5 days and the client keeps changing the seating chart." She was halfway to the door when Damien spoke again. "Elena." She turned, backlit by the hallway's soft lighting, and for a moment he saw past the professional armor to something more vulnerable beneath. "If you need anything," he said, "for the event or otherwise, ask. I've been managing events for 5 years without help." "I know. But you're not alone anymore. Even if it feels like you are." The words came out rougher than intended, revealing more than he'd meant to expose. Elena's eyes widened slightly, and Damien saw her process the admission, catalog it, file it away for future reference. "I'll keep that in mind," she said quietly. Then she was gone, leaving Damien alone in his study with the uncomfortable awareness that he'd just revealed a weakness. The distance he'd carefully maintained had cracked, and Elena had seen through it to the truth beneath. He didn't want her to feel alone. Didn't want separate lives and minimal friction. Wanted something he couldn't quite name but recognized in the way his chest tightened when she paced overhead, in the way he found himself listening for her footsteps, in the dangerous satisfaction he felt when she'd come to him with a problem instead of solving it alone. "This is a transaction," he reminded himself. "Don't complicate it." But it was already complicated. Had been from the moment she'd signed the contract with hands that trembled slightly, from the kiss at the wedding that had jolted through him like electricity, from the shadow he'd cast standing outside her door at 3 a.m., unable to walk away. Damien returned to his work, but the numbers on the screen blurred together. Upstairs, Elena's footsteps resumed their pacing rhythm, and he tracked each pass with the focused attention of a man who just realized he was in far deeper than any contract had accounted for. The week passed in a careful dance of proximity and distance. They shared breakfast twice, stilted conversations about weather and schedules that revealed nothing substantive. Elena worked from her study most days, emerging only for coffee refills and the occasional question about the house's systems. Damien found himself manufacturing reasons to be home during the day, telling himself it was about establishing their shared routine rather than the growing need to simply be in the same space as her. Friday arrived with the dual events looming. Damien dressed for the board dinner with mechanical precision, adjusting his tie in the mirror and trying not to acknowledge the disappointment that Elena wouldn't be there. The arrangement was working exactly as designed. He should feel satisfied. Instead, he felt the absence like a physical thing. The car arrived at 7. Damien was halfway to the door when he heard footsteps on the stairs. Elena descended in a black dress he'd never seen before. Sleek, professional, with a neckline that suggested elegance rather than seduction. Her hair was down, dark waves framing her face, and she'd done something different with her makeup that made her eyes look enormous. She looked stunning. And she was dressed for her event, not his. "I thought you'd already left," Damien said, checking his watch. "Don't you need to be on site by 7:30? "I do. I just wanted to." Elena paused on the bottom step, and for the first time since the wedding, he saw her genuinely uncertain. "I wanted to say good luck. With the board dinner. I know it's important." Something in his chest constricted. "Thank you. And I'm sorry I can't be there. I know it would make things easier if..." "Elena." He crossed to her, close enough to catch the scent of her perfume. "You have nothing to apologize for. Go manage your event. Make your client happy. That's what matters. Both things matter." She looked up at him, and in the foyer's soft lighting, he could see the conflict in her expression. "I'm trying to figure out how to balance them." "You will. You're exceptional at what you do." "So are you." Her hand came up, hesitated, then straightened his already straight tie in a gesture that felt oddly intimate. "Try not to terrify the board members too much." "I'll restrain myself." Elena smiled. Small, genuine, the first real smile he'd seen from her since the wedding. It transformed her face, made her look younger and less guarded, and Damien felt something dangerous shift in his chest. Then her phone buzzed, shattering the moment. "That's Simone. I have to go." Elena grabbed her coat from the hall closet, pulled it on with efficient movements. "I'll see you later. I'll probably be back around 11. "I'll be later. These things always run long." She paused at the door, looked back at him. "Damien, thank you for understanding about tonight. It's what we agreed to." "I know. But still." She slipped out into the winter evening, leaving him standing in the foyer with the ghost of her smile lingering in the air. Damien made it through the board dinner on autopilot. He answered questions about the Singapore acquisition, discussed quarterly projections, deflected inquiries about Elena's absence with practiced ease. But part of his attention remained elsewhere, tracking time and wondering how her event was going. At 10:47 p.m., his phone buzzed. A text from Elena. "Crisis averted. Clients happy. How's the board dinner?" He excused himself from a conversation about market volatility and stepped into the restaurant's quiet hallway to respond. "Successful. They're disappointed they didn't get to interrogate you. There's always next quarter. Though I might charge you an appearance fee. Name your price." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "I'll let you know." Still calculating the cost of playing devoted wife to a room full of corporate sharks, Damien found himself smiling at the screen, a genuine expression that would have startled anyone who knew him professionally. "You're already playing devoted wife. The board dinner just expands the audience." "Good point. Maybe I should charge you per person who witnesses the performance. At that rate I couldn't afford you. You're a billionaire. You can afford anything." The words should have been light, teasing. But Damien heard the edge beneath them, the reminder of the transaction at the heart of their arrangement. "Not everything," he typed. "Some things can't be bought." He deleted it before sending. Too revealing. Too close to the truth he was trying not to examine. "Get home safe," he sent instead. "I'll leave the light on." The response came immediately. That's very domestic of you. I'm full of surprises. I'm starting to realize that. Damien pocketed his phone and returned to the dinner, but the evening had lost what little appeal it had held. He made his excuses at 11:30, ignoring the knowing looks from board members who probably assumed he was rushing home to his new bride. They weren't entirely wrong. The brownstone was dark when he arrived, Elena still at her event. Damien changed out of his tuxedo, poured a whiskey he didn't drink, and found himself in the library, a room he rarely used, filled with books he'd acquired more for appearance than interest. He was scanning the shelves without purpose when he noticed something new. A book, spine out, that hadn't been there before. He pulled it down, a worn paperback of poetry, the pages soft with repeated reading. Inside the cover, in elegant script, Elena Morgan, Columbia University, 2015. She'd been unpacking, claiming space in the shared areas, making the house hers as well as his. Damien opened the book to a random page, found a passage marked with faint pencil. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly because you tread on my dreams. The words hit harder than they should have. He closed the book carefully, returned it to the shelf, and tried not to think about what dreams Elena had spread under his feet when she'd signed that contract. What parts of herself she'd surrendered to save her family. What he was treading on without even realizing it. At 1:37 a.m., he heard the front door open. Damien was still in the library, having abandoned any pretense of sleep. Elena's footsteps crossed the foyer, paused, then approached. She appeared in the doorway, coat draped over one arm, heels dangling from her other hand. Her hair was disheveled, makeup slightly smudged, and she looked exhausted and exhilarated in equal measure. "You're still up," she said. "Couldn't sleep. How was the event?" "Flawless. The client actually hugged me, which never happens." Elena leaned against the doorframe, and Damien saw the moment adrenaline gave way to exhaustion. "I'm sorry I'm so late. The breakdown took forever. You don't have to apologize for doing your job." "I know, but..." She trailed off, looking around the library with curious eyes. "I didn't know you used this room. I don't usually. Found myself here tonight." He gestured to the book on the shelf. "I see you've been unpacking." Elena's gaze followed his gesture, landed on the poetry collection. Something vulnerable crossed her face. "I hope that's okay. You said the shared spaces were open to both of us, but if you'd rather I keep my things upstairs." "Elena." He crossed to her, close enough to see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. "This is your home too. Put your books wherever you want them." "It doesn't feel like home yet." The admission came quietly, almost involuntarily. "It feels like I'm staying in a very nice hotel where I happen to share a last name with the owner." The words landed like a blow. Damien had designed the arrangement to be exactly that. Temporary, transactional, emotionally neutral. Hearing Elena name it so precisely made him realize how hollow the victory was. "What would make it feel more like home?" he asked. "I don't know." She looked up at him, and in the library's dim lighting, he could see how young she was. 28, a decade younger than him, playing a role she'd never auditioned for. Maybe time. Maybe nothing. Maybe it's always going to feel like performance. It doesn't have to. Doesn't it? Elena's laugh was soft, bitter. "We're two people who signed a contract, Damien. We're playing house for the benefit of your board and my family and the press. What part of that isn't performance?" This he wanted to say. "This moment, this conversation, the way I've been listening for your footsteps and tracking your schedule and standing outside your door at 3 a.m. because I can't stop thinking about you." But those words would violate every boundary they'd established, would transform the careful distance into something far more dangerous. "You're exhausted," he said instead. "Go to bed. We can discuss philosophy another time." Elena nodded, pushed away from the doorframe. She made it 3 steps before turning back. "Damien, the light you left on. In the foyer." Her voice was soft, almost tentative. "That was nice. Thank you." Then she was gone, climbing the stairs to her separate floor, leaving him alone in the library with the uncomfortable awareness that something fundamental had shifted tonight. He'd left the light on. Such a small gesture, domestic and unremarkable. But it had meant something to her. Had bridged the distance between transaction and something warmer, more human, more dangerous. Damien returned to the poetry book, opened it to the marked passage again. Tread softly because you tread on my dreams. He was beginning to understand what Elena had given up when she'd signed that contract. Not just her freedom or her independence, but the possibility of choosing her own path. Of building a life on her own terms rather than the terms dictated by family obligation and financial necessity. And he was the one who'd presented her with that devil's bargain. Who'd offered salvation with strings attached. Who'd taken her dreams and repurposed them into a performance for his benefit. The realization sat heavy in his chest as he climbed the stairs to his own floor. He paused outside Elena's door, a habit he'd developed this midnight vigil, and listened to the silence beyond. No pacing tonight. She'd probably fallen asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, exhausted from managing her event and maintaining the careful facade of their arrangement. Damien continued to his room, but sleep remained elusive. He lay in the dark, listening to the brownstones settle around him, and tried to identify the exact moment when this transactional marriage had started feeling like something more. Was it the wedding kiss that had jolted through him like electricity? The way Elena had straightened his tie tonight, casual and intimate. The book of poetry on the library shelf, marking her presence in shared spaces. Or was it something simpler and more terrifying? The growing certainty that he didn't want separate floors and minimal friction. That he wanted Elena's presence in his space, her voice in his silence, her dreams spread beneath his feet where he could learn to tread softly. This is temporary, he reminded himself. 2 years, then she's free. Don't complicate it. But it was already complicated. Had been from the moment he'd chosen her name from that list. From the first negotiation where she'd pushed back with steel wrapped in silk, from every interaction that revealed she was far more than the convenient solution to his father's posthumous manipulation. Elena Morgan, Elena Cross now, was dangerous in ways he hadn't anticipated. Not because she threatened his control or challenged his authority, but because she made him want things he'd convinced himself were impossible. Partnership, understanding, the kind of intimacy that came from choice rather than contract. Damien closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but his mind kept returning to the moment in the foyer. Elena straightening his tie, smiling that genuine smile, thanking him for a light left burning. Such small gestures, such dangerous implications. Tomorrow they would return to their careful distance. Separate floors, separate lives, a marriage that existed only in performance. But tonight, in the dark quiet of the brownstone, Damien let himself acknowledge the truth he'd been avoiding. He didn't want distance anymore. He wanted Elena. And that was going to make the next 2 years infinitely more complicated than any contract had accounted for. Chapter 5 Storm. Elena. The invitation arrived on a Thursday, heavy cardstock in a cream envelope, hand-delivered by a courier who waited for a response like he expected Elena to decline. The Cross family requests your presence at Thornfield Estate for the weekend of February 10th to 12th. Attendance is expected. Not requested. Expected. Elena stood in the brownstones' foyer, still wearing her coat from the morning coffee run, and read the invitation 3 times. Damien's mother's handwriting, elegant, precise, with a kind of authority that came from decades of commanding social situations. Problem. Damien's voice came from the study doorway. He'd been working from home more often lately, a shift Elena had noticed but hadn't commented on. Their careful distance had developed cracks over the past 2 weeks, shared breakfasts that stretched longer than necessary, conversations that ventured past logistics into something more personal, moments of eye contact that lasted a beat too long. She handed him the invitation without speaking. Damien scanned it, and something tightened in his expression. Ah, the annual family gathering. You didn't mention it. I was hoping to avoid it. He set the invitation on the hall table with more force than necessary. My mother likes to assess. New additions to the family are subjected to particular scrutiny. Scrutiny I can handle. I've been managing difficult clients for 5 years. Elena pulled off her coat, hung it in the closet. What I can't handle is walking into a situation blind. What aren't you telling me? Damien was quiet for a long moment, and Elena watched him calculate how much truth to reveal. She'd learned to read these pauses, the way his jaw tightened when he was deciding whether to maintain walls or let her pass them. Thornfield was my father's estate, he said finally. Upstate, about 3 hours north. My mother still lives there part of the year. The weekend gathering is tradition, extended family, a few close business associates, very formal. Very. He trailed off, searching for the word. Performative. Yes. His mouth twisted. My father used these weekends to evaluate alliances, assess loyalties, remind everyone of their place in the hierarchy. My mother has continued the tradition. She'll want to see how we interact, whether the marriage appears genuine. So another performance. Elena kept her voice neutral, but something in her chest tightened. 2 weeks of gradual thawing, of moments that had felt almost real, and now a reminder that everything between them was still theater. Elena. It's fine. That's what we agreed to. She moved toward the stairs, needing distance and the privacy of her study. When do we leave? Friday afternoon. We'll drive up together. Damien crossed to her, close enough that she could smell his cologne, cedar and something darker, a scent she'd become hyper-aware of lately. I know this isn't ideal. If you want to decline, I'll handle my mother's disappointment. And give her more ammunition to question whether our marriage is real. No. Elena straightened her spine, found the professional mask that had served her through 1,000 difficult situations. I'll pack appropriately. Send me a guest list so I can prepare. She made it 3 steps up the stairs before Damien spoke again. My father was cruel. The words came out rough, unplanned. Particularly at Thornfield. He used those weekends to remind me that love was weakness, that control was the only currency that mattered. I spent my childhood in that house learning how to be exactly what he wanted while hiding everything that made me human. Elena turned slowly. Damien stood at the base of the stairs, and for the first time since she'd met him, his careful control had fractured. She saw past the polished veneer to something raw and damaged beneath. I'm telling you this, he continued, because Thornfield brings out the worst in me, the parts I've spent years trying to unlearn. And I don't want you to be surprised when you see them. The vulnerability in his voice made her throat tighten. What parts? The territorial ones. The controlling ones. The parts that view relationships as power dynamics rather than partnerships. His gaze held hers. I'm working on it. But that house makes it harder. Elena descended the stairs slowly, closing the distance between them. When she reached the bottom step, they were eye level. Her height advantage temporary but significant. She could see the tension in his shoulders, the muscle jumping in his jaw, the careful way he was holding himself still. Thank you for the warning, she said quietly. I'll try not to take it personally when you revert to your father's programming. Elena. I'm serious. We all have damage, Damien. We all have places that make us become versions of ourselves we'd rather not be. She thought of her own family's estate, the weight of expectation that had pressed down on her shoulders every time she'd walked through those doors. I'm not going to judge you for being human. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, maybe, or relief. His hand came up, hesitated, then brushed against her cheek in a gesture so gentle it made her breath catch. You're more understanding than I deserve, he murmured. Or maybe I just understand damage better than you think. They stood frozen in the moment, his palm warm against her face, her pulse jumping beneath her skin. Elena knew she should step back, maintain the careful distance they'd established. But something had changed in the past 2 weeks. Small shifts that had accumulated into something larger, more dangerous. The way he left coffee made exactly how she liked it on the counter each morning. The way she'd started leaving her books in the library where he'd find them. The conversations that stretched past midnight, both of them finding excuses to linger in shared spaces. The growing awareness that the performance was becoming harder to distinguish from reality. Damien's thumb brushed across her cheekbone, and Elena's eyes fluttered closed without permission. She felt him lean closer, felt his breath against her lips, felt the magnetic pull that had been building between them since that too-brief wedding kiss. His phone buzzed, shattering the moment. Damien stepped back abruptly, pulling the phone from his pocket with movements that suggested relief and frustration in equal measure. "I need to take this. Singapore acquisition." "Of course." Elena's voice came out steadier than she felt. "I'll be in my study if you need anything." She climbed the stairs without looking back, but she felt his gaze following her until she disappeared around the corner. In her study, she closed the door and leaned against it, heart pounding. They'd almost kissed. Not for cameras or appearances or the careful performance of their arrangement. Just because the pull between them had become too strong to resist. "This is dangerous," she thought. "This is exactly what we agreed not to do." But agreements written in ink couldn't account for the way her skin still tingled where he'd touched her, or the way her chest ached with the loss of his proximity. Elena forced herself to her desk, opened her laptop, tried to focus on the vendor contracts that needed review. But her mind kept returning to Damien's words. "Thornfield brings out the worst in me." She'd seen glimpses of that worst over the past 2 weeks. The way he'd tensed when a former business rival had approached them at a restaurant, the controlled fury in his voice when he'd learned her brother had contacted her asking for more money, the possessive hand on her lower back at the charity gala that had felt more like ownership than partnership. But she'd also seen the best. The way he'd defended her business autonomy without hesitation. The quiet support when a difficult client had pushed back on her rates. The genuine interest when she'd talked about her work, asking questions that revealed he'd been paying attention to details she hadn't realized she'd shared. Damien Cross was a study in contradictions, controlling but respectful, damaged but trying, cold on the surface but capable of surprising warmth beneath. And Elena was falling for him in ways that violated every clause of their carefully negotiated contract. Friday arrived with gray skies and the promise of snow. Elena packed for the weekend with military precision. Appropriate outfits for formal dinners, casual clothes for daytime, the kind of understated elegance that would satisfy Damien's mother's scrutiny without trying too hard. She was zipping her bag when Damien appeared in her doorway. He'd changed into dark jeans and a cashmere sweater, looking more relaxed than she'd seen him. Almost human. Almost like a man taking his wife to meet his family rather than a CEO executing a strategic performance. "Ready?" he asked. "As I'll ever be." The drive north was quiet at first, both of them lost in their own thoughts as Manhattan gave way to suburbs and then to the bare trees and rolling hills of upstate New York. But somewhere around the 2-hour mark, Damien broke the silence. "Tell me about your family's estate," he said. "The one in Greenwich. You grew up there. Until college. Then I couldn't get away fast enough." Elena watched the landscape blur past. "It's beautiful, but it always felt like a museum. Everything perfect and untouchable and suffocating. Is that why you built your business? To have something that was yours?" "Partially. Also because I'm good at it." She glanced at him. "And because I needed to prove I was more than just the Morgan name. That I could succeed on my own terms. You have. Morgan Events has an excellent reputation. Thanks to 5 years of 18-hour days and refusing to trade on family connections." Elena paused. "Though I suppose marrying you undermines that somewhat. People will assume I used the Cross name to expand." "Let them assume. You know the truth." Damien's hand tightened on the steering wheel. "Elena, about what almost happened yesterday. We don't have to discuss it." "Yes, we do." He glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to the road. "I'm not going to apologize for wanting to kiss you. But I am going to apologize for letting it happen without us discussing what it means." Elena's heart kicked against her ribs. What do you think it means? I think it means the lines we drew are blurring. I think it means we're both feeling things we agreed not to feel. His voice was steady, but she heard the tension beneath. And I think we need to decide whether we're going to maintain those lines or renegotiate. In the middle of driving to your family's estate for a weekend of performance. Fair point. Bad timing. Damien exhaled slowly. But when we get back we need to talk. Really talk. Not the careful conversations we've been having where we both pretend this is still just a transaction. Okay. The word came out smaller than Elena intended. When we get back. They drove in silence for another 20 minutes before the turnoff appeared. The road narrowed, winding through dense forest, and Elena felt her chest tighten with each mile. She'd been to estates like this before, old money fortresses designed to intimidate and impress in equal measure. But Thornfield exceeded her expectations. The house rose from the winter landscape like something from a Gothic novel, all stone and turrets and windows that reflected the gray sky like blank eyes. It was beautiful in a severe, unforgiving way, the kind of beauty that came with a price. Jesus, Elena breathed. I know. Damien pulled through the gates, up the long drive. My grandfather built it in the 20s. My father expanded it in the 80s. It's excessive and impractical and exactly what you'd expect from the Cross family. It's intimidating. That's the point. He parked in the circular drive, and before Elena could gather her thoughts, the front door opened. A woman emerged, tall, elegant, with silver hair and Damien's dark eyes. She wore cream cashmere and pearls, and her expression was carefully neutral as she watched them approach. Damien. Her voice was cool, cultured. You're late. Traffic. He moved around the car to help Elena with her bag, his hand settling on her lower back with practiced ease. Mother, you remember Elena. Of course. Welcome to Thornfield, dear. Victoria Cross extended her hand, and Elena shook it, noting the assessing gaze that catalogued everything from her coat to her shoes to the way she stood next to Damien. I trust the drive wasn't too difficult. Not at all. Thank you for having me. You're family now. Though I suppose we should get to know each other properly. Victoria's smile was polite, empty. Come inside. The others are already here. The interior was as imposing as the exterior. Marble floors, soaring ceilings, art that belonged in museums. Elena followed Damien and his mother through hallways that echoed with their footsteps, hyper-aware of the way Victoria kept glancing back at them, evaluating their proximity, their body language, the performance they were executing. You'll be in the East Wing, Victoria said, leading them up a grand staircase. Your father's old rooms, Damien. I thought it would be appropriate. Something tightened in Damien's expression, but he nodded. Thank you. The suite was enormous. Sitting room, bedroom, bathroom that could have housed Elena's entire Brooklyn apartment. But despite the luxury, it felt cold. Impersonal. Like a hotel room designed to impress rather than comfort. Victoria lingered in the doorway. Dinner is at 7. Cocktails at 6:30. Dress is formal. Her gaze moved between them. I'm sure you'll want to rest after your drive. We'll see you this evening. The door closed with a soft click, and Elena felt the weight of scrutiny lift slightly. Well, she said. She's exactly as warm as you described. That was her being welcoming. Damien set their bags down, moved to the windows. Wait until dinner. That's when the real interrogation begins. Elena crossed to him, studying his reflection in the glass. He looked tense, shoulders rigid, jaw tight. The man who'd almost kissed her yesterday had disappeared, replaced by the controlled, guarded version she'd first met. Hey! She touched his arm gently. We can do this. It's just a weekend. In the house where my father spent 18 years teaching me that emotions were weakness and control was everything. Damien turned to face her, and Elena saw the damage written in his eyes. I'm sorry. I know I'm not good company right now. You're honest company. That's better. She meant it. The performance was exhausting, But these moments of genuine connection, however brief, made it bearable. Made her feel less like she was losing herself in the role, and more like she was discovering something real beneath the contract. Damien's hand came up to cup her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone in an echo of yesterday's almost kiss. "What are you doing to me, Elena? I could ask you the same thing. This wasn't supposed to happen. We had rules, boundaries." "I know." Elena leaned into his touch without thinking. But maybe the rules were designed for people who didn't actually have to live together. Who didn't have to see each other every day and share space and learn each other's coffee preferences. Maybe. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and Elena felt the air between them charge with possibility. Or maybe we're just terrible at maintaining professional distance. Probably both. This time when he leaned in, Elena didn't pull back. Their lips met softly, tentatively, a question rather than a demand. The kiss was nothing like the performance at their wedding. This was exploration, curiosity, the careful testing of boundaries they'd both agreed not to cross. Damien's hand slid into her hair, tilting her head to deepen the kiss, and Elena felt heat bloom low in her belly. She pressed closer, her palms flat against his chest, feeling his heart race beneath the cashmere. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. "We're supposed to be talking about this," he murmured. "Making decisions. Setting new boundaries. We will. After the weekend." Elena's fingers curled into his sweater. "Right now, I just want to feel something real before we have to go back to performing." "This is real." His voice was rough, certain. "Whatever else is complicated or unclear, this is real." They stood there for a long moment, wrapped in each other, before the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed and reality intruded. They had 2 hours before cocktails. 2 hours to prepare for a weekend of scrutiny and performance, and pretending that the kiss they just shared was nothing more than marital affection. Elena stepped back reluctantly. "I should unpack. Get ready." "Elena." Damien caught her hand. "Thank you." "For what?" "For being here. For not running when you saw this house and realized what you'd signed up for." His grip tightened. "For making me feel less alone in this." The vulnerability in his voice made her chest ache. "You're not alone. Whatever else is uncertain, we're in this together." She meant it as comfort, but the words felt like a promise. Like a renegotiation of terms that had nothing to do with contracts and everything to do with the dangerous territory they were entering. Cocktail hour was exactly as uncomfortable as Elena had anticipated. The drawing room filled with people who all seemed to know each other, who greeted Damien with a kind of careful warmth that suggested complicated histories. His mother presided over it all like a queen holding court, her gaze tracking Damien and Elena's every interaction. Elena played her role flawlessly, the devoted new wife, charming but not overeager, interested but not intrusive. She let Damien's hand rest on her lower back, leaned into him when appropriate, laughed at the right moments. The performance was so practiced it felt almost natural. "Almost. So, Elena." A man approached. 50s, expensive suit, predatory smile. "I understand you're in event planning. That must be quite a change from the social circuit you grew up in." Translation: How does a society girl end up working for a living? "I enjoy building things," Elena said smoothly. "Morgan Events has been very rewarding." "I'm sure. Though I imagine marrying Damien opens up new opportunities. Access to a different caliber of client." Translation: You're using him for business connections. Elena felt Damien tense beside her, but she kept her smile in place. "Actually, I'm very protective of my business's independence. I built Morgan Events on my own reputation, and I intend to maintain that." "How admirably modern." The man's tone suggested it was anything but a compliment. Though surely Damien's name carries certain advantages. Elena's business is her own. Damien's voice was cold, final. "I don't interfere with it, and she doesn't trade on my connections. That was established before we married." The man blinked, clearly surprised by the rebuke. "Of course. I didn't mean to suggest. Yes, you did. Damien's hand tightened on Elena's waist. If you'll excuse us. He guided her away, toward the windows overlooking the snow-covered grounds. Elena could feel the tension radiating off him, the barely controlled fury that made his earlier warning about Thornfield bringing out his worst suddenly very real. You didn't have to do that, she said quietly. I can handle condescending questions. I know you can. But you shouldn't have to. His jaw was tight. That's Harrison Webb. He's been questioning my judgment since I took over the company. Seeing him go after you made you territorial. Yes. The admission came reluctantly. I told you this house brings out the worst in me. Defending me isn't the worst of you, Damien. It's actually kind of nice. He looked down at her, surprise flickering in his dark eyes. You're not upset that I intervened. I'm a little relieved, honestly. I've been managing difficult men for 5 years, but it's exhausting. Having backup is. Elena trailed off, searching for the right word. But not unwelcome. Something shifted in his expression, the tension easing slightly, replaced by something warmer. I'm trying to find the balance between protective and controlling. It's harder than I expected. You're doing fine. Elena glanced around the room, noting the curious glances directed their way. Though we should probably mingle. Your mother keeps watching us, and I think she's trying to decide if we're genuinely affectionate or just good actors. Both, maybe. Damien's thumb brushed against her waist, the touch casual but charged with the memory of their earlier kiss. Come on. I'll introduce you to my cousin Marcus. He's the only person here who doesn't have an agenda. The evening passed in a blur of introductions and careful conversations. Elena catalogued names and faces, stored away details about family dynamics and business relationships, played the role of interested newcomer. But part of her attention remained on Damien, the way he stayed close, the protective hand that never left her back, the careful monitoring of who approached them and how. He was territorial, possessive even, but not in the suffocating way she'd feared. More like he was constantly assessing threats, ready to step in if she needed backup but trusting her to handle herself otherwise. It was, she realized, exactly the kind of protection she'd never known she wanted. Dinner was formal and interminable. 7 courses, each accompanied by carefully orchestrated conversation that felt more like verbal chess than social interaction. Elena sat beside Damien, their thighs touching beneath the table, and tried not to think about the kiss in their suite. About the way his hand had felt in her hair, or the heat that had bloomed between them, or the dangerous realization that she wanted more. You're doing very well, dear. Victoria's voice cut through Elena's thoughts. The older woman sat across from them, her gaze sharp and assessing. I can see why Damien chose you. Thank you. Elena kept her voice neutral, aware of the subtext. I'm watching. I'm evaluating. I'll decide if you're worthy. Tell me, how did you two meet? The announcement was rather sudden. Here it was. The question they'd prepared for. The story they'd crafted to explain their whirlwind courtship. Elena felt Damien tense beside her. We'd seen each other at events for years, Elena said smoothly. But we didn't really connect until the Riverside Foundation Gala last fall. There was a crisis with the catering, and Damien stepped in to help resolve it. We ended up talking for hours. It was close enough to truth to be believable. They had seen each other at events, even if they'd never spoken beyond professional pleasantries. And Damien had been at the Riverside Gala, though he'd left early and they'd never exchanged more than a nod. How romantic! Victoria's tone suggested she found it anything but. And the engagement. That was quite quick. When you know, you know. Damien's voice was steady, but Elena felt his hand find hers beneath the table, fingers interlacing. I'd spent years watching Elena command rooms, build her business, handle crises with grace. When we finally talked, I realized I'd been looking for her all along. The words were part of their script, carefully crafted to sound genuine. But the way he said them, with a rough sincerity that made Elena's breath catch. Felt real. Like he'd found truth in the performance. Or maybe the performance had revealed truth that had been there all along. Well, Victoria set down her wine glass with precise movements. I suppose time will tell if it lasts. Cross marriages have a rather poor track record. The barb landed cleanly. Elena felt Damien's hand tighten on hers. Saw the muscle jump in his jaw. This was what he'd warned her about. The casual cruelty, the reminder that love was weakness, that their marriage was just another transaction destined to fail. With respect, Mrs. Cross, Elena said, her voice calm but firm. I'm not interested in statistics. I'm interested in building something real with your son. However long that takes, whatever challenges we face, we're committed to making it work. Victoria's eyebrows rose slightly. Around the table, conversations had quieted, everyone listening to the exchange. Brave words, Victoria said. Or naive ones. I haven't decided which. Maybe both. Elena met the older woman's gaze without flinching. But I'd rather be brave and naive than cynical and alone. The silence that followed was absolute. Then, unexpectedly, Victoria smiled. A small, genuine expression that transformed her face. Perhaps you'll be good for him after all, she said quietly. Tension broke. Conversations resumed. But Elena felt the shift. She'd passed some kind of test, earned a measure of respect from a woman who didn't give it easily. Under the table, Damien's thumb traced circles on her palm, a gesture of gratitude and something else. Something that felt dangerously close to pride. The rest of dinner passed more easily. By the time they escaped back to their suite, Elena was exhausted from maintaining the performance. She kicked off her heels the moment the door closed, groaning with relief. I'm never wearing those again, she announced. You say that every time. Damien shrugged out of his jacket, loosened his tie. Then you wear them to the next event because they're perfect with that dress. How do you know that? I pay attention. He crossed to the bar, poured 2 glasses of whiskey without asking if she wanted one. You were magnificent tonight, by the way. My mother doesn't respect many people, but she respects you now. I just told her the truth. Elena accepted the glass, took a sip. The burn was welcome after hours of careful conversation. Or a version of it, anyway. What you said about being brave and naive. You meant that. Yes. Elena moved to the windows, looking out at the snow-covered grounds. I know this started as a transaction. I know we have contracts and clauses and carefully negotiated terms. But I'm not interested in spending 2 years in a cynical arrangement where we both pretend we don't care. If we're doing this, I want to at least try to make it real. She heard him approach, felt his presence at her back before his hands settled on her shoulders. Define real, he said quietly. I don't know yet. Elena leaned back against him, letting herself take comfort in his solid warmth. But I think we're figuring it out. The coffee in the morning, the books in the library, the way you defended me tonight, that's real. The kiss this afternoon was real. Maybe we can build on that. And if we can't, if we try and fail and end up making each other miserable, then we use the termination clauses we negotiated. We part as friends, hopefully, and move on with our lives. Elena turned to face him. But I'd rather try and fail than never try at all. Damien studied her for a long moment, his dark eyes searching hers. Then he set down his glass and cupped her face with both hands. You're braver than I am, he murmured. Or more naive. Both, maybe. His thumb brushed her lower lip. Elena, if we do this, if we try to make this real, I need you to understand something. I'm damaged. I'm controlling. I have a decade of therapy trying to unlearn my father's lessons, and I still fail more often than I succeed. I will hurt you, probably multiple times, because I don't know how to do this any other way. I know. Elena's hands came up to cover his. And I'm stubborn and independent, and I'll push back when you try to control me. I'll probably hurt you too because I'm still learning how to let someone in. We're both going to mess this up. Probably spectacularly. Definitely spectacularly. She smiled despite the seriousness of the conversation. But maybe that's okay. Maybe perfect isn't the goal. Maybe we just aim for honest and see where that takes us. Damien kissed her then. Not the tentative exploration from earlier, but something deeper, more certain. Elena melted into it, her hands sliding up to tangle in his hair, her body pressing against his. The kiss tasted like whiskey and possibility, like the terrifying leap from transaction to something real. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. "I want to do this right," he said. "I want to court you properly, date you, give you the choice I took away when I presented that contract. We're already married. I know. But we can still choose each other. Every day, consciously, not because of contracts but because we want to." His hands slid down to her waist. "So I'm asking, Elena Cross, will you let me try to earn what I bought?" The question made her throat tight. "Yes. But on one condition." "Name it." "You let me earn it too. This isn't about you proving yourself worthy of me. We're both trying to build something neither of us knows how to build. Equal partners, equal effort. Deal." Damien kissed her again, softer this time. "Though I should warn you, I'm very competitive. I'll probably try to out-romance you. I coordinate events for a living. I'm literally a professional at creating romantic moments. You don't stand a chance." He laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his face, made him look younger and less burdened. "This is going to be interesting." "Probably." Elena smiled up at him. "But I'm looking forward to it." They stood there for a long moment, wrapped in each other, before the reality of their situation intruded. They were still at Thornfield, still surrounded by family and scrutiny, still performing for an audience even when alone. But something had shifted. The performance had cracked open to reveal something real beneath. Messy and uncertain and terrifying, but real. "We should sleep," Damien said reluctantly. "Tomorrow's going to be another long day of family interrogation. Together." The word came out before Elena could stop it. "I mean, the bed is enormous, and we're supposed to be married, and—" "Yes." He cut off her rambling with a gentle kiss. "Together. If you want. I want." They got ready for bed in companionable silence, the intimacy of shared space feeling both new and familiar. Elena changed in the bathroom, emerging in silk pajamas to find Damien already in bed, reading something on his phone. He looked up when she entered, and something in his expression made her breath catch. "Come here," he said, setting the phone aside. Elena slid under the covers, and Damien pulled her close, her back against his chest, his arm wrapped around her waist. It should have felt strange. They'd never shared a bed before, had carefully maintained separate sleeping spaces. But instead it felt right, like a piece of a puzzle clicking into place. "This okay?" he murmured against her hair. "More than okay." They lay in the dark, listening to the old house settle around them, and Elena let herself imagine a future where this was normal. Where they woke up together every morning, where the performance became reality, where the contract transformed into genuine partnership. It was terrifying. It was impossible. It was exactly what she wanted. "Elena." Damien's voice was drowsy, fading toward sleep. Thank you for giving me a chance to earn this." She laced her fingers through his, squeezed gently. "Thank you for asking." Outside, snow continued to fall, blanketing Thornfield in white. Inside, two people who'd married for all the wrong reasons held each other and tried to believe they could find the right ones. The storm was coming. Elena could feel it in the way the wind rattled the windows, in the weight of the house's history pressing down on them. But for now, wrapped in Damien's arms, she let herself believe they could weather it together. That was real too. And maybe, just maybe, it was enough. Chapter 6. Renegotiation. Damien woke to Elena's hair tickling his nose and the disorienting awareness that he'd slept through the night for the first time in months. Dawn light filtered through Thornfield's heavy curtains, painting the room in shades of gray and silver. Elena was still asleep, her breathing deep and even, her body warm against his. His arm had gone slightly numb where she'd been using it as a pillow, but he didn't move. Didn't want to disturb this moment of unexpected peace. In sleep, Elena's face lost its careful control. She looked younger, softer, the professional mask replaced by something more vulnerable. Damien studied the curve of her cheek, the dark lashes against pale skin, the slight part of her lips, and felt something shift in his chest. I'm in trouble, he thought. Serious trouble. They'd crossed a line last night. Multiple lines, actually. The kiss in their suite, the conversation about making things real, falling asleep wrapped around each other. Each moment a departure from the carefully negotiated distance they'd maintained. And now, watching her sleep in the house where his father had spent 18 years teaching him that intimacy was weakness, Damien felt the full weight of what they were attempting. Elena stirred, her eyes fluttering open. For a moment, she looked disoriented. Then her gaze focused on him and something warm bloomed in her expression. Morning, she murmured, voice rough with sleep. Morning. Damien brushed a strand of hair from her face, the gesture automatic and intimate. Sleep okay. Better than I have in weeks. She shifted slightly, and he felt the loss when she pulled away to stretch. What time is it? Just after 7. We have an hour before breakfast. Elena groaned. An hour to prepare for more family interrogation. Joy. We could skip it. Claim you're not feeling well. And give your mother ammunition about me being weak. No thanks. She sat up, the silk of her pajamas catching the morning light. Besides, I can handle a few more hours of performance. It's what I'm good at. The word performance landed wrong. After last night, after the honesty they'd shared, it felt like a step backward into the transactional arrangement they were trying to move beyond. Elena. Damien sat up beside her, caught her hand. Last night wasn't performance. I know. She squeezed his fingers. But this weekend still is. Your family, the questions, the careful presentation of our marriage. That's all theater. What happens in this room when it's just us, that's different. But we still have to go downstairs and play the parts. She was right, of course. But the bifurcation bothered him. The idea that they had to maintain two separate realities, one public and one private. That the genuine connection they were building had to be hidden behind the very performance it was undermining. I hate that you're right, he said. Get used to it. I'm right about most things. Elena's smile took the edge off the words. Come on. Let's get ready before your mother sends a search party. They moved through morning routines with surprising ease. Elena showering first while Damien made coffee from the sweets machine, then switching places while she dried her hair. It felt domestic, comfortable, like they'd been doing this for years rather than attempting it for the first time. Damien was knotting his tie when he caught Elena's reflection in the mirror. She'd chosen a cream sweater and tailored pants, her hair pulled back in a way that suggested effortless elegance. Professional armor for another day of scrutiny. You look beautiful, he said. You look like you're preparing for battle. She crossed to him, reached up to adjust his collar. Relax. It's just breakfast. Nothing at Thornfield is just anything. But he forced his shoulders to drop, tried to release the tension that had been building since they'd arrived. Thank you. For being here. For not running when you saw what you'd signed up for. I told you, we're in this together. Her hands lingered on his chest, and he covered them with his own. Though I reserve the right to complain about your family in private. Encouraged, actually. I've been complaining about them for 34 years. They made it downstairs at 8 sharp, entering the breakfast room to find it already occupied. Victoria sat at the head of the table, reading the Times with her coffee. Two other people Damien didn't immediately recognize occupied the side chairs. A couple in their 40s, expensively dressed, watching the door with predatory interest. Damien. His mother set down the paper. Elena. Good morning. I believe you remember Lucas and his wife Diane. Damien felt Elena tense beside him. Lucas Cross. His cousin, the man who'd been positioned to inherit if Damien failed to satisfy the marriage clause. The man who'd been quietly campaigning with the board, waiting for his opportunity. Lucas. Damien kept his voice neutral, his hand settling on Elena's lower back. I didn't realize you'd be joining us this weekend. Mother invited us last minute. Lucas stood, extended his hand with a politician's smile. Thought it would be good to get to know your new bride properly. We barely had a chance to talk at the wedding. Because you left early, Damien thought but didn't say. Lucas had attended the ceremony with obvious reluctance, departing before the reception with some excuse about prior commitments. His presence here now was calculated, strategic. Elena, this is my cousin Lucas and his wife Diane. Damien made the introductions with practiced ease, watching Lucas assess Elena with the same evaluating gaze his mother had used. Lucas runs the European division of Cross Industries. For now, Lucas said, the words light but edged. Though I hear the Singapore acquisition is going well. Congratulations. Thank you. Damien guided Elena to seats across from Lucas, positioning himself between her and his cousin. Territorial, yes, but Lucas brought out his worst instincts. How are things in London? Complicated. The Brexit situation has created some interesting challenges. Lucas poured himself more coffee, the gesture casual. Though I imagine you'll be dealing with that more directly soon. I heard the board is considering a restructuring. Damien's jaw tightened. The restructuring was confidential, not yet announced to anyone outside the executive team. Which meant Lucas had sources feeding him information, board members who were still questioning Damien's leadership despite the marriage satisfying his father's clause. The board considers a lot of things, Damien said. Most of them don't materialize. Still must be stressful, especially with a new marriage to manage. Lucas's gaze shifted to Elena, assessing. How are you finding married life, Elena? I imagine it's quite an adjustment. Elena's smile was polite, empty. Every marriage requires adjustment. But Damien and I are managing well. I'm sure. Though I have to say, the speed of your courtship surprised everyone. 3 months from first date to wedding. Lucas leaned back in his chair. Almost like there was some urgency driving the timeline. The implication was clear. He suspected the marriage was transactional, designed solely to satisfy the inheritance clause. Which was true, of course, but not something Damien would acknowledge. When you know, Elena said, echoing the line they'd used with Victoria. I'd spent years watching Damien at events, admiring his work. When we finally connected, everything else felt like wasted time. How romantic. Diane spoke for the first time, her voice carrying a hint of skepticism. Though I imagine the financial benefits didn't hurt. The Morgan family firm was in trouble, wasn't it? Convenient timing for a white knight to appear. Damien felt fury spike through him, cold and controlled. Elena's family situation had nothing to do with our marriage. And I'd appreciate it if you kept your speculation to yourself. I'm just making conversation. Diane's smile was sharp. No need to be defensive. There's conversation and there's accusation. Damien's voice could have cut glass. You're veering toward the latter. Damien. Victoria's tone carried warning. Diane meant no harm. We're all just getting to know Elena better. By questioning her motives and implying she's a gold digger, Damien thought. This was exactly what he'd warned Elena about. The casual cruelty, the way his family used conversation as warfare. Elena's hand found his under the table, squeezed gently. A reminder that she could handle this, that he didn't need to fight every battle for her. It's fine, Elena said, her voice calm. I understand the curiosity. Marrying into a family like this comes with scrutiny. But I can assure you my feelings for Damien are genuine. Everything else is just logistics. Logistics, Lucas repeated. Interesting word choice. Practical one. Elena met his gaze without flinching. I run a business. I understand that relationships require more than emotion. They need structure, communication, mutual support. Damien and I have built that foundation. The rest will come. It was a masterful response, acknowledging the transactional elements without confirming them, suggesting their marriage was both practical and romantic. Damien felt a surge of admiration for the way she navigated the minefield. Well said. Victoria raised her coffee cup in a small toast. I appreciate pragmatism in marriage. Too many people rely on romance alone and wonder why things fall apart. The conversation shifted to safer topics: the weather, upcoming holidays, the renovations Victoria was planning for the West Wing. But Damien remained tense, hyper-aware of Lucas watching them, cataloging every interaction for future use. His cousin was planning something. The unexpected visit, the pointed questions, the references to board restructuring, all of it suggested Lucas was positioning himself for another attempt at the company. And Elena was now part of that calculation, a weakness Lucas would exploit if given the opportunity. After breakfast, Victoria announced plans for a tour of the grounds, weather permitting. Elena accepted with practiced enthusiasm, but Damien caught the slight tightness around her eyes that suggested the morning had taken its toll. I need to make some calls, he said. Business that can't wait. Elena, do you mind? Of course not. She stood, smoothed her sweater. I'll join your mother for the tour. I'll come with you, Diane offered, her smile predatory. I'd love to hear more about your event planning business. Damien watched them leave. Elena flanked by his mother and Diane, both women who would use the tour to probe for weaknesses. He wanted to follow, to protect her from the interrogation he knew was coming. But that would undermine Elena's independence, suggest she needed his intervention. She's handling them well, Lucas said, appearing at Damien's shoulder. Your wife. Very composed. She's had practice managing difficult people. Damien kept his voice neutral. 5 years in event planning teaches you how to handle any situation. I'm sure. Lucas poured himself more coffee, the gesture casual. Though I have to wonder, does she know? Know what? About father's clause. About the real reason you married her. Lucas's smile was sharp. Or did you let her believe it was a love match? Damien felt ice slide down his spine. That's none of your concern. It is if it affects the company. A marriage built on deception tends to fall apart spectacularly. And if your marriage fails, the clause reverts. Controlling interest transfers to me. Lucas leaned against the doorframe, studying Damien with calculating eyes. So I'm very interested in whether your wife knows she's part of a business transaction. Elena knows exactly what our marriage is. Damien kept his voice level despite the fury building in his chest. We were honest with each other from the beginning. No deception, no false promises. Just two people making a practical choice. How romantic. Lucas's tone mocked. And she's fine with that. Being acquired like a company asset. She's not an asset. She's my partner. The words came out harder than intended, revealing more than Damien meant to expose. And our arrangement is working exactly as planned. Is it? Lucas pushed away from the doorframe. Because from where I'm standing, you look like a man who's catching feelings for his contract wife. That's dangerous, cousin. Emotions complicate things. Make you vulnerable. I'm not vulnerable. No. Lucas's smile widened. Then you won't mind if I spend some time getting to know Elena better. Just friendly conversation. Learning about the woman who married into our family so conveniently. Damien's hands clenched at his sides. Stay away from her. There it is. The territorial response. Lucas laughed softly. You're already in too deep, Damien. She's gotten under your skin. And when she realizes what you really are, controlling, damaged, incapable of real intimacy, she'll leave. The marriage will fail. And I'll be there to pick up the pieces. Get out. It's mother's house. I have as much right to be here as you do. Lucas moved toward the door, paused. But I'll leave you to your calls. Just remember I'm watching. Waiting. And the moment your perfect arrangement starts to crack, I'll be ready. He left, and Damien stood alone in the breakfast room, fury and fear warring in his chest. Lucas was right about one thing. Damien was in too deep. What had started as a transaction had become something more complicated, more dangerous. And if Elena discovered the full extent of his cousin's threat, that their marriage was all that stood between Damien and losing everything, it would poison whatever genuine connection they were building. She knows it's transactional, he reminded himself. She signed the contract with full awareness. But knowing intellectually and confronting the reality emotionally were different things. And Lucas's words had exposed the truth Damien had been avoiding. He was catching feelings. Real ones. The kind that made him vulnerable in ways he'd spent a lifetime learning to prevent. His phone buzzed. A text from Elena. "Your mother is terrifying, but I think I'm winning her over. How are your calls going?" Damien stared at the message, at the casual intimacy of her checking in, and felt the weight of what he stood to lose if this fell apart. "Fine," he typed back. "Be careful with Diane. She's worse than she seems. I've handled worse. See you at lunch. Elena, thank you. For everything." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "We're in this together, remember? Stop worrying and make your calls." Damien pocketed the phone and tried to follow her advice. But Lucas's warning echoed in his head, a reminder that the stakes were higher than either of them had acknowledged. If this marriage failed, Damien lost the company. But if it succeeded, if what they were building became real, he'd be risking something far more valuable than corporate control. He'd be risking his heart. And that terrified him more than any hostile takeover ever could. Lunch was a tense affair. Elena returned from the grounds tour looking composed but tired, her professional mask firmly in place. She caught Damien's eye across the dining room and offered a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Something had happened. He could read it in the set of her shoulders, the careful way she chose her seat, the slight distance she maintained when he pulled out her chair. "Thank you for the tour, Victoria," Elena said, accepting a glass of water from the server. "The grounds are beautiful, even in winter. My late husband designed most of the landscaping." Victoria's tone was neutral. He believed in controlling every aspect of his environment. The gardens were no exception. The word, controlling, landed with deliberate weight. Damien saw Elena process it, file it away alongside whatever else she'd learned during the tour. "Control can be comforting," Elena said carefully. "Though I imagine it requires constant maintenance. Everything worthwhile does." Victoria's gaze moved between Elena and Damien. "Marriages especially. They require constant attention, constant adjustment. The moment you become complacent, cracks begin to form. Then it's fortunate we're both committed to the work." Elena's voice was steady, but Damien caught the slight edge beneath. Something was wrong. Something had shifted during that tour. Lunch proceeded with painful formality. Courses served with precision, conversation flowing around safe topics that revealed nothing. Lucas and Diane asked pointed questions about Damien's business plans, about Elena's client list, about their future intentions. Each query felt like a probe searching for weaknesses. Elena handled it with practiced ease, deflecting when necessary, engaging when strategic. But Damien could see the toll it was taking, the slight tension in her jaw, the way her fingers worried at her napkin, the careful distance she maintained even when he tried to catch her eye. When lunch finally ended, Elena excused herself to their suite, claiming a headache. Damien gave her 10 minutes before following, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He found her standing at the window, still dressed in her lunch clothes, staring out at the snow-covered grounds with an expression he couldn't read. "Elena." He closed the door softly. "What happened on the tour?" She didn't turn around. "Your mother is very perceptive." "What did she say?" "That your father's marriage clause was designed to force you into exactly the kind of relationship he had with her. Transactional, controlled, built on obligation rather than choice." Elena's voice was carefully neutral. That he believed love was weakness and marriage was a tool for maintaining power. Damien felt cold dread settle in his stomach. "Elena. She also said that you're exactly like him. That you view relationships as acquisitions, That you'll never be capable of genuine intimacy because he trained it out of you. Now Elena turned, and her eyes were bright with something that might have been anger or hurt or both. Is she right? No. The word came out too fast, too defensive. I mean, yes, my father taught me those things. But I've spent years trying to unlearn them. Therapy, conscious effort, recognizing the patterns and choosing different responses. I'm not him. But you did acquire me. Elena's voice was quiet. You saw a problem, the inheritance clause, and you found a solution. Me. A woman whose family was desperate enough to accept your terms. That's not. Damien stopped, forced himself to be honest. Yes. Initially that's what it was. A transaction that solved both our problems. But Elena, what we're building now, that's different. That's real. Is it? She crossed her arms, a defensive gesture he'd never seen from her. Or are you just very good at making people believe what you want them to believe? Your mother said you learned that from your father too. How to perform intimacy without actually feeling it. The accusation hit like a physical blow. You think I'm performing? That last night, this morning, everything we've shared. You think that's fake? I think you're very good at controlling situations. At making people feel safe and valued and chosen while maintaining complete emotional distance. Elena's eyes searched his face. I think maybe you've convinced yourself it's real because that makes it easier to maintain the performance. That's not true. Damien crossed to her, caught her hands. Elena, I'm falling for you. Actually falling, in ways that terrify me because I've never let myself feel this before. That's not performance. That's me finally, letting someone past the walls I've spent 34 years building. Or it's you, very skillfully, making me believe I'm special while keeping me at exactly the distance you're comfortable with. She pulled her hands free. Your mother also mentioned that you had a list. 6 women who fit the criteria for satisfying the clause. I was just the one who said yes. Damien felt the ground shift beneath him. How did she? She has her sources. Apparently Lucas has been investigating our marriage, trying to find proof it's fraudulent so he can challenge the inheritance. Elena's voice was steady, but he saw her hands tremble. He found the list. All 6 names including mine. And he's planning to use it to argue that our marriage is a sham designed solely to satisfy the clause. It's not a sham. Damien's voice was rough with desperation. Yes, it started as a transaction. Yes, you were on a list. But Elena, I chose you. Not because you were convenient or desperate, but because I'd been watching you for years. Because you were brilliant and strong and the only person I could imagine actually partnering with. You chose me because I was the best acquisition. Elena moved away from him, putting distance between them. I was the most strategic option, connected enough to satisfy your father's ghost, desperate enough to accept your terms, competent enough to play the role convincingly. That's not romance, Damien. That's business. It was business. Past tense. He followed her, refusing to let her retreat. But what we're building now, that's not business. That's us choosing each other every day, despite the fucked up way this started. Is it? Elena turned to face him, and he saw tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like I'm just another acquisition. Another asset you're managing, controlling, keeping at exactly the distance that serves your purposes. That's not fair. Isn't it? Her voice cracked slightly. You left a light on for me, Damien. You made coffee the way I like it. You defended me at dinner and held me while I slept. All of it designed to make me feel chosen, valued, safe. But how much of that is genuine and how much is you, expertly, managing your newest acquisition? The accusation landed in his chest like a blade. Because she wasn't entirely wrong. He had been strategic about building connection, about creating moments that would bridge the distance between them. But the motivation had been genuine. Not manipulation, but the desperate need to make her feel what he was beginning to feel. I'm not managing you, he said quietly. I'm trying to love you. And I'm terrible at it because I've never done this before. Every gesture, every moment. Yes, I'm conscious of it. Yes, I'm trying to do it right. But that's not manipulation, Elena. That's me, desperately attempting to be worthy of what you're offering. She was quiet for a long moment, studying his face. Your mother said something else. What? That you'll never be able to fully give yourself to anyone. That your father made sure of that. Elena's voice was soft, almost gentle. That the best I can hope for is a comfortable arrangement where we both pretend the performance is real. My mother is wrong. Damien closed the distance between them, cupped Elena's face with both hands. She's projecting her own failed marriage onto ours. Yes, my father damaged me. Yes, I struggle with intimacy and control and all the shit he programmed into me. But I'm trying, Elena. Every day I'm trying to be better than he was. To build something real instead of transactional. How do I know the difference? Tears spilled over now, tracking down her cheeks. How do I know when you're being genuine and when you're just managing the situation? You ask me. He brushed the tears away with his thumbs. You call me out when something feels wrong. You push back when I'm being controlling. You don't let me get away with performing instead of feeling. His forehead dropped to rest against hers. Elena, I can't promise I'll always get it right. I can't promise I won't fuck this up in 100 different ways. But I can promise I'm trying. That what I feel for you is real, even if I'm clumsy about expressing it. I'm scared. The admission came out small, vulnerable. I'm scared of losing myself in this. Of becoming another woman who disappeared trying to be what you need. Then don't disappear. Damien's hands slid down to her shoulders, grounding. Fight me when I'm wrong. Maintain your boundaries. Keep your business, your friends, your independence. I don't want you to disappear, Elena. I want you exactly as you are. Stubborn and brilliant and refusing to let me control you. Even when it makes things harder. Especially then. He pulled back enough to meet her eyes. The performance is easy. What we're building, that's hard. It requires both of us showing up, being honest, calling each other out when we slip into old patterns. I need you to do that. To not let me get away with managing you instead of loving you. Elena searched his face for a long moment. Your mother thinks we'll fail. My mother failed because she and my father never tried to build anything real. They maintained a performance for 40 years and called it marriage. Damien's voice was fierce. We're different. We started with honesty about what this was. Now we're choosing to make it more. That's the opposite of what they did. But what if she's right? What if we can't overcome the transactional beginning? Then we fail honestly instead of succeeding at a lie. He caught her hands, laced their fingers together. Elena, I'd rather try and fail with you than maintain a comfortable performance with anyone else. You're worth the risk. She was quiet for a long moment, tears still tracking slowly down her cheeks. Then finally she squeezed his hands. I'm worth the risk, she repeated like she was testing the words. Even though I was on a list. Even though you chose me strategically. You were on a list of 6 women who met basic criteria. But I chose you because I'd been half in love with you for years without realizing it. Damien's voice was rough with honesty. Because I'd watched you command rooms and handle crises and build something from nothing, and I wanted that strength in my life. Not as an acquisition, Elena. As a partner. Half in love for years. Her lips quirked slightly. That's either very romantic or very creepy. Probably both. He felt the tension ease slightly, saw the ghost of her real smile. I'm very good at compartmentalizing. I convinced myself it was professional admiration. Took a marriage contract to make me admit it was more. We're a mess, Elena said. Spectacularly. Damien pulled her closer. But we're an honest mess. That counts for something. She leaned into him, and he wrapped his arms around her, feeling her gradually relax against his chest. They stood there for a long time, holding each other while snow fell outside and the weight of Thornfield pressed down on them. I hate this house, Elena murmured against his shoulder. I know. Me too. Can we leave early? I know it's rude, but I don't think I can handle another day of your family's scrutiny. Yes. The relief was immediate. We'll make excuses, leave after dinner. My mother will be disappointed, but she'll understand. Will she? Probably not. But I don't care. Damien pressed a kiss to the top of her head. You're more important than maintaining appearances for my family. Elena pulled back enough to look up at him. Mean that? I do. Then prove it. Her voice was steady now, the tears drying. Tonight at dinner, when Lucas makes his pointed comments or your mother asks her probing questions or Diane implies I'm a gold digger, don't defend me. Let me handle it. Trust that I can fight my own battles. It went against every instinct Damien had developed over the past weeks. The territorial need to protect her, to shield her from his family's cruelty. But Elena was right. If he wanted to prove this was partnership rather than management, he needed to trust her competence. Okay, he said. But if it crosses a line, then I'll tell you. And we'll handle it together. Elena's hands came up to frame his face. Equal partners, remember? That means trusting each other to be strong enough to handle the hard things. Equal partners. Damien turned his head to press a kiss to her palm. I'm still learning what that means. So am I. She smiled genuine this time. We'll figure it out together. They had 3 hours before dinner. 3 hours to prepare for another performance. Another test of their ability to present a united front while navigating the minefield of family dynamics. But this time Damien thought it would be different. Because they'd had the hard conversation, acknowledged the cracks, chosen each other despite the doubts. That was real. That was worth fighting for. Even if it meant facing down his cousin's threats and his mother's skepticism and his own damaged programming. Elena was worth the risk. They both were. Chapter 7, The Fracture. Elena. Dinner at Thornfield felt like a trial by fire, and Elena was determined not to burn. She descended the stairs at 6:20, giving herself 10 minutes before the official cocktail hour to center herself. The afternoon had left her raw. Victoria's calculated revelations, the confrontation with Damien, the terrifying vulnerability of admitting her fears. But she'd also gained clarity. Whatever this marriage was becoming, it required honesty. Even when honesty hurt. Especially then. Damien waited at the bottom of the stairs, already dressed in a charcoal suit that made his dark eyes look almost black. When he saw her, something shifted in his expression. Not the polished appreciation he'd shown at public events, but something rawer. Hunger mixed with tenderness mixed with a kind of possessive pride that should have annoyed her, but instead made her pulse quicken. You look stunning, he said, voice low enough that only she could hear. Elena had chosen a deep burgundy dress. Elegant but not trying too hard, the neckline conservative enough for family dinner but cut to suggest confidence. Armor disguised as evening wear. You clean up well yourself. She accepted his offered arm, felt the solid warmth of him through the expensive fabric. Ready for round 2. With you. Always. His hand covered hers, squeezed gently. Remember, you handle your battles. I'm backup, not cavalry. Good memory. She smiled up at him, and for a moment the performance fell away. This was real, the understanding between them. The partnership they were building despite the fractured foundation. Let's go convince your family we're madly in love. Or at least convincingly committed. Same thing in their world. The drawing room was already occupied when they entered. Victoria held court near the fireplace, Lucas and Diane flanking her like courtiers attending a queen. 2 other couples Elena vaguely recognized from the wedding had joined them. Business associates, probably, or distant family members summoned to witness the new addition to the Cross dynasty. All eyes turned when Elena and Damien entered. There they are. Lucas's smile was sharp, calculated. We were beginning to think you'd decided to skip cocktails entirely. Just freshening up after the afternoon. Damien's voice was pleasant, empty. Elena, what can I get you? White wine, please. She let him guide her toward the bar, hyper-aware of the scrutiny following their every move. This was it, the performance they'd been preparing for, the test of whether they could sell the narrative of their marriage to the people most invested in seeing it fail. Damien handed her a glass, his fingers brushing hers in a gesture that could have been accident or intention. Elena chose to believe intention, let herself lean slightly into his space. Small touches, casual intimacy, the vocabulary of couples who were comfortable with each other. "So, Elena," one of the unfamiliar women approached, champagne in hand and curiosity in her eyes. "I understand you run an event planning business. That must be fascinating work." "It is." Elena shifted into professional mode, the mask she'd worn through 1,000 client conversations. "I love the challenge of creating experiences that feel effortless but require extensive planning behind the scenes. Rather like marriage, I imagine." The woman's smile was knowing. "Especially marriages that develop as quickly as yours. Lots of planning required to make it look natural." The barb was subtle but unmistakable. Elena felt Damien tense beside her, but she touched his wrist lightly, a reminder of their agreement. "I handle my battles." "Every marriage requires planning," Elena said smoothly. "The successful ones are the partnerships where both people commit to the work. Speed of development is less important than quality of foundation." "Well said." Victoria materialized beside them, her presence commanding immediate attention. "Though I'm curious, Elena, what attracted you to my son? Beyond the obvious financial advantages, of course." The room went quiet. Even the background conversations died, everyone turning to witness Elena's response. This was the moment Victoria had been building toward. The public questioning of Elena's motives, designed to expose cracks in the performance. Elena met the older woman's gaze without flinching. She could feel Damien's tension radiating beside her, but he remained silent, trusting her to handle it. "I'm going to be honest, Mrs. Cross." Elena set down her wine glass, freeing her hands. "When Damien first approached me about marriage, it was a business proposition. My family needed help. He needed to satisfy an inheritance clause. The attraction was strategic, not romantic." Shocked silence. Damien's hand found the small of her back, not intervening, just grounding. Supporting without controlling. "However," Elena continued, her voice steady, "what I've learned in the weeks since is that strategic foundations can become genuine partnerships. Damien and I are building something real from practical beginnings. We're choosing each other every day with full awareness of how this started. That's more honest than most marriages I've witnessed." "How remarkably candid." Victoria's expression was unreadable. "Most people would try to maintain the romantic fiction. Most people haven't spent 5 years managing events where I watch couples perform happiness while their marriages crumble behind the scenes." Elena's gaze swept the room, landing on each face. "I'd rather build something honest that might fail than maintain a beautiful lie that definitely will. Damien and I understand each other. We're both pragmatists who are discovering that pragmatism doesn't preclude genuine feeling." "Genuine feeling." Lucas stepped forward, his smile predatory. "That's a diplomatic way of describing a transaction, Elena. Tell me, did you know about the list?" Elena felt Damien go rigid beside her. This was it, the attack Lucas had been planning, designed to expose the marriage as fraudulent. "Yes," she said simply. "I knew I was one of 6 candidates Damien's attorney identified as suitable for satisfying the inheritance clause. I knew he chose me strategically. I also know he could have chosen any of the others, but he didn't. He chose me. Because you were desperate enough to accept." Lucas's voice carried across the room. "Because your family's firm was hemorrhaging money and your brother had gambling debts that were about to get him killed. Damien exploited your vulnerability." "Lucas." Victoria's voice was sharp, warning. But he ignored her, focused entirely on Elena. "Or did he not tell you the full extent of his motivation?" Lucas pulled a folder from his jacket, opened it. "Did he mention that if your marriage fails, controlling interest in Cross Industries reverts to me? That your union is literally all that stands between him and losing everything his father built?" The words landed like grenades. Elena heard gasps, saw shocked expressions, felt the weight of revelation pressing down on the room. This was what Lucas had been planning. Public exposure of the marriage's transactional nature, designed to undermine its legitimacy. Beside her, Damien was coiled tension, barely restrained fury. But he remained silent, honoring their agreement even as his cousin tried to destroy them. "I knew that too," Elena said quietly. Lucas blinked. "You what?" "I knew about the inheritance clause. About what Damien stood to lose if the marriage failed. It was in the contract I signed." Elena's voice was steady, but she felt her heart racing. "Did you think I entered this blindly, Lucas? I'm a businesswoman. I read contracts thoroughly before signing them." "Then you admit it's fraudulent." Lucas's voice carried triumph. "A marriage designed solely to satisfy a legal requirement, with full awareness of the financial stakes. That's exactly the kind of arrangement the clause was designed to prevent." "No." Elena stepped forward, away from Damien's grounding touch. She needed to do this alone, to prove she could stand without his protection. It's a marriage that began with practical motivations and is evolving into genuine partnership. The clause required Damien to marry. It didn't specify that the marriage had to begin with love, only that it had to be legally binding and undertaken in good faith. "Good faith?" Lucas laughed. "You just admitted it was a transaction." "Most marriages are transactions, Lucas. People marry for money, status, companionship, children. All practical reasons disguised as romance." Elena's gaze swept the room again. "The difference is that Damien and I are honest about our foundation. We're not pretending this started as a fairy tale. We're building something real from practical beginnings. And that's more genuine than half the marriages in this room." "Hear, hear." One of the other guests raised his glass, breaking the tension slightly. "I married my wife because our families' businesses complemented each other. 30 years later, I can't imagine life without her. Beginnings don't determine endings." "Thank you, Richard." Victoria's voice cut through the murmurs. "Lucas, I think you've made your point. Elena has been remarkably honest about her marriage's foundations. That takes courage. Or desperation." But Lucas's confidence had faltered slightly. Elena's candor had undermined his attack. By admitting the transactional elements, she'd removed his ammunition. "Both, probably." Elena returned to Damien's side, felt his arm come around her waist. "But I'd rather be courageously desperate than cynically comfortable. At least I'm trying to build something real." She looked up at Damien then, saw the fierce pride in his eyes, the barely restrained emotion that suggested he was seconds from breaking his promise and defending her himself. But he held back, trusting her competence even as his cousin tried to destroy them. "You're remarkable," Damien murmured, too quiet for anyone else to hear. "I'm honest," Elena corrected. "There's a difference." Dinner was announced, breaking the tension. People filed toward the dining room, conversations resuming in hushed tones. Elena felt the weight of scrutiny, knew that her admission had created more questions than it answered. But she'd also gained something. Respect, maybe, or at least acknowledgement that she wasn't the naive gold digger they'd assumed. Damien's hand found hers as they walked, fingers interlacing. "You didn't have to do that. Admit everything publicly." "Yes, I did." Elena squeezed his hand. Lucas was going to expose it anyway. Better to control the narrative than let him weaponize it. "You controlled it masterfully." His voice carried admiration and something deeper. "But Elena, you know this won't end here. Lucas will find another angle, another way to attack." "Let him try." Elena's voice was steady, certain. "We know what this is. We're honest about our foundation. That's more than most people can say." They took their seats at the dining table, Damien at Victoria's right hand, Elena beside him, Lucas and Diane across from them like opposing generals. The first course was served with practiced precision, but Elena barely tasted it. Her mind was racing, processing the aftermath of her admission, calculating the next moves in this chess game they'd been forced to play. That was quite a performance, Elena. Diane's voice carried across the table, sweet poison wrapped in compliment. Very brave, admitting to a transactional marriage in front of everyone. It wasn't a performance. It was honesty. Elena met the other woman's gaze. Something I suspect is rare in this family. Careful, dear. Honesty can be dangerous. Diane's smile was sharp. Especially when it reveals weaknesses your enemies can exploit. Only if you consider honesty a weakness. Elena took a deliberate sip of wine. I consider it strength. Damien and I know what we're building. We're not hiding behind romantic fiction or pretending our foundation was perfect. That's power, not weakness. Power. Lucas laughed. You think admitting to a contract marriage gives you power? Elena, you just handed me everything I need to challenge the inheritance clause. A marriage undertaken solely for financial benefit, with full awareness of the stakes. That's exactly what the clause was designed to prevent. Then challenge it. Damien's voice was cold, final. Take it to court, Lucas. Let a judge decide whether our marriage satisfies the requirements. I'm confident in the outcome. Are you? Lucas leaned forward, predatory. Because I've already consulted with attorneys. They're very interested in the list, in the timeline, in the convenient way Elena's family crisis aligned with your inheritance deadline. It looks orchestrated, Damien. It looks fraudulent. It looks pragmatic. Victoria's voice cut through the tension. Lucas, enough. You've made your position clear. But attacking Damien and Elena at my dinner table is inappropriate. I'm protecting the family legacy. You're protecting your own interests. Victoria's gaze was sharp. We all know what's at stake here. But Elena has shown more grace and honesty tonight than anyone else at this table. I suggest you follow her example. The rebuke was unexpected. Lucas sat back, clearly surprised by his aunt's defense of Elena. Across the table, Diane's expression had gone carefully neutral. Elena felt Damien's hand find hers under the table, squeeze gently. A gesture of gratitude and solidarity, and something that felt dangerously close to love. The rest of dinner passed in tense civility. Conversations stayed surface level, carefully avoiding the explosive territory Lucas had introduced. But Elena felt the shift. She'd passed some kind of test, earned a measure of respect even from those who'd been ready to dismiss her as a gold digger. By the time dessert was served, Elena was exhausted. The emotional toll of the day, Victoria's revelations, the confrontation with Damien, Lucas's attack, had left her drained. She wanted nothing more than to escape to their suite, to shed the performance and be honest with the one person who'd seen her at her most vulnerable. I think we'll retire early, Damien announced as coffee was being served. It's been a long day, and Elena's not feeling well. It wasn't entirely a lie. Elena's head was pounding, and her chest felt tight with the weight of everything unspoken. Victoria nodded understanding, but Lucas's expression suggested he saw through the excuse. Of course. We wouldn't want to strain the happy couple. His tone was mocking. Though I hope Elena's feeling better by morning. We have so much more to discuss. I'm sure we do. Elena stood, Damien's hand at the small of her back. Thank you for dinner, Victoria. It was illuminating. They escaped upstairs, neither speaking until the suite door closed behind them. Then Elena sagged against it, the performance finally dropping away to reveal the exhaustion beneath. Jesus, she breathed. That was brutal. Damien crossed to the bar, poured 2 glasses of whiskey without asking. You were incredible. The way you handled Lucas, the honesty, the refusal to be intimidated. Elena, you were perfect. I was terrified. She accepted the glass, drank deeply. The burn was welcome, grounding. I kept thinking I was going to say the wrong thing, reveal too much, give Lucas the ammunition he needed. You gave him nothing he can use. By admitting the transactional elements, you removed his power to expose them. Damien set down his glass, cupped her face with both hands. You're brilliant. Strategic. Everything I knew you were when I chose you. When you acquired me, you mean. Elena tried to make it light, but the words came out bitter. No. His voice was fierce. When I chose you, out of 6 candidates I chose you. Not because you were convenient or desperate, but because you were the only one I could imagine actually partnering with. The only one strong enough to handle this family, smart enough to navigate the politics, brave enough to be honest when lying would be easier. Elena searched his face, looking for signs of performance, of the careful management he'd been accused of. But she saw only raw honesty, the kind of vulnerability that couldn't be faked. I'm scared, she admitted. Lucas isn't going to stop. He's going to keep attacking, keep trying to prove our marriage is fraudulent. And I don't know if we're strong enough to withstand that kind of scrutiny. Then we get stronger. Damien's thumbs brushed her cheekbones. Together. Every attack, every challenge, we face it as partners. Equal partners like we agreed. Equal partners who started as a transaction. Equal partners who are choosing to become more. He pressed his forehead to hers. Elena, I meant what I said this afternoon. I'm falling for you. Actually falling in ways that terrify me. And yes, it started as strategy. But what I feel now, that's real. That's choice. Elena closed her eyes, let herself lean into him. I'm falling too. Which is probably the stupidest thing I could do, given how this started. Or the bravest. His arms came around her, solid and warm. We're building something from broken pieces, Elena. It's messy and complicated and probably doomed to fail. But I'd rather try with you than succeed with anyone else. They stood there for a long moment, wrapped in each other, before the weight of the day finally broke through Elena's defenses. She felt tears threatening, felt the careful control she'd maintained all evening start to crack. I need to get out of this dress, she said, voice rough. I need to stop performing and just be. Go. Damien released her gently. I'll give you privacy. But Elena caught his hand. Hey, please. I'm tired of separate spaces and careful distance. I just want to be with you without the performance. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, maybe, or hope. You're sure? I'm sure. She pulled him toward the bedroom, her free hand already reaching for the zipper at her back. Help me with this. Damien's fingers were gentle on the zipper, sliding it down with careful precision. The dress pooled at her feet, leaving Elena in silk undergarments and the vulnerability of being seen without armor. She felt his sharp intake of breath, felt the heat of his gaze on her skin. You're beautiful, he murmured. You're biased. I'm honest. His hands settled on her waist, warm through the silk. Elena, if we do this, if we cross this line, there's no going back. We can't uncomplicate it. It's already complicated. She turned to face him, saw the desire and restraint warring in his expression. I'm not asking for promises or declarations. I'm just asking for honesty. For one night where we're not performing or strategizing or maintaining careful distance. Just us. Just us. Damien's voice was rough. I can do that. He kissed her then. Not the careful performance of their wedding or the tentative exploration of yesterday, but something deeper. Hungry and honest and edged with the desperation of two people who'd been maintaining distance for too long. Elena melted into it, her hands sliding up to tangle in his hair, her body pressing against his. They stumbled toward the bed, shedding clothes between kisses. Damien's jacket hit the floor, followed by his tie, his shirt. Elena's hands explored newly exposed skin, cataloging scars and warmth and the solid reality of him. This was real. This was choice. When they finally fell onto the bed together, both breathing hard, Damien paused. His hand cupped her face, thumb brushing her swollen lips. Last chance to stop, he said. Last chance to maintain the boundaries. I don't want boundaries. Elena pulled him down for another kiss. I want you. All of you. Not the performance, not the careful management. Just Damien. Just Damien. He smiled against her mouth. I can do that. What followed was messy and honest, and nothing like the polished performance they'd been maintaining. They fumbled with remaining clothes, laughed when elbows collided, gasped when skin finally met skin without barriers. Damien was gentle but not tentative, asking permission with touches and reading her responses with the same focused attention he brought to everything. When he finally slid inside her, both of them gasped at the sensation. Elena's hands gripped his shoulders, nails digging in slightly as she adjusted to the fullness. Damien held still, giving her time. His forehead pressed to hers. Okay, he murmured. More than okay. Elena rolled her hips experimentally. Felt him shudder. Move. Please. He did, setting a rhythm that built slowly, deliberately, giving them both time to learn each other's bodies. Elena met him thrust for thrust, their movements gradually synchronizing into something that felt less like sex and more like conversation. A dialogue of touch and breath, and the kind of honesty that couldn't be faked. When Elena felt the pressure building, felt herself approaching the edge, she opened her eyes to find Damien watching her with an intensity that made her chest ache. I see you, he said, voice rough. All of you. Not the performance. You. The words pushed her over. Elena came with a gasp, her body clenching around him, pleasure rolling through her in waves. Damien followed seconds later, his rhythm faltering as he buried his face in her neck and shuddered through his own release. They lay tangled together afterward, both breathing hard, sweat cooling on skin. Damien rolled to the side, pulling Elena with him so she was tucked against his chest. His hand traced idle patterns on her back, and Elena felt the last of her defenses crumble. That was, she started. Real, Damien finished. That was real. Yes. Elena pressed a kiss to his chest, felt his heart racing beneath her lips. No performance. Just us. Just us. His arms tightened around her. Elena, about what Lucas said at dinner. We'll deal with it tomorrow. She didn't want to think about challenges or attacks or the complicated reality waiting beyond this room. Tonight, can we just have this? Just be two people who chose each other. Yes. Damien's voice was soft. Tonight we're just us. They lay in comfortable silence, the weight of Thornfield pressing down on them but somehow less oppressive with shared warmth between them. Elena felt herself drifting towards sleep, exhaustion finally overtaking adrenaline. Elena! Damien's voice pulled her back slightly. Thank you. For tonight. For your honesty at dinner. For choosing me despite everything. Thank you for letting me handle my own battles. She smiled against his chest. For trusting me to be strong enough. You're the strongest person I know. We're both strong. Elena's hand found his, fingers interlacing. That's why this might actually work. Might. Will. She corrected herself, choosing optimism over fear. This will work. 'Cause we're choosing it. Every day, consciously, despite the complications. Every day, Damien agreed. Elena drifted off to sleep wrapped in his arms, feeling safer and more vulnerable than she'd ever felt. They'd crossed a line tonight, from transaction to genuine intimacy, from performance to something real. There was no going back now. But lying in the dark, listening to Damien's breathing even out into sleep, Elena realized she didn't want to go back. She wanted this. The honesty, the intimacy, the terrifying vulnerability of being truly seen by another person. Even if it meant facing Lucas's attacks and Victoria's skepticism and the weight of a marriage that had started as acquisition. They'd chosen each other tonight. Not because of contracts or clauses or strategic necessity. But because somewhere between the careful negotiations and maintained distance, they discovered something worth fighting for. Each other. And that was real enough to build on. Even if the foundation was fractured. Even if the odds were against them. Even if tomorrow brought new challenges and complications. Tonight, they'd chosen honesty over performance. And that made all the difference. Chapter 8. The Unraveling. Damien. The call came at 6:47 a.m., shattering the fragile peace Damien had found wrapped around Elena. He'd been awake for 20 minutes, watching dawn paint the Thornfield suite in shades of gray and gold, cataloging the way Elena's hair spread across his chest like dark silk. They'd made love twice more during the night, slow and exploratory the second time, urgent and desperate the third, and each encounter had stripped away another layer of the careful distance they'd maintained. Now she slept with her hand over his heart, her breathing deep and even, and Damien felt something dangerous settle in his chest. Something that felt uncomfortably like contentment, like home. His phone vibrated against the nightstand. He reached for it carefully, not wanting to wake Elena, and felt his stomach drop when he saw the name on the screen. Richard Castellano, his attorney, calling on a Sunday morning. Nothing good came from lawyers calling on Sunday mornings. Damien extracted himself from Elena's embrace with practiced care, grabbed his phone, and slipped into the sitting room. The door clicked shut softly behind him. "Richard." He kept his voice low. "This better be important." "It is." His attorney's voice was grim. "Damien, we have a problem. Lucas filed a formal challenge to your inheritance this morning. He's claiming the marriage is fraudulent, undertaken solely to satisfy the clause with no genuine intent to build a life together." The words landed like physical blows. Damien sank into the nearest chair, his free hand gripping the armrest hard enough to hurt. He can't prove that. He has the list. All 6 names, including the notes about why each woman was selected. He's also obtained copies of the initial contract you and Elena signed, the one with the termination clauses and separate living arrangements clearly outlined. Richard paused. "Damien, it looks bad. The contract reads like a business merger, not a marriage." Because that's what it was. Initially, Damien forced himself to breathe, to think strategically despite the panic clawing at his chest. But it's evolved. Elena and I are building something real now. Can you prove that? In court, under oath, can you demonstrate that the marriage has become genuine? Damien thought about last night. Elena's honesty at dinner, the way she'd defended their foundation, the intimacy they'd shared afterward. Real, all of it. But how did you prove genuine feeling to a judge? How did you quantify the shift from transaction to partnership? "What's the timeline?" he asked. "Lucas is pushing for an expedited hearing. He's arguing that every day you maintain control of the company under fraudulent pretenses causes damage to shareholders and employees." The judge granted a preliminary hearing for next Friday. 6 days. They had 6 days to prepare a defense, to prove their marriage was more than the contract suggested. What do we need? Damien's mind was already racing, cataloging evidence, building strategy. What will convince the judge? Witnesses who can testify to genuine affection between you and Elena. Evidence of cohabitation and shared life. Demonstration that you're building a partnership beyond the legal requirements. Richard's voice was careful. "Damien, I'm going to ask you something, and I need complete honesty. Is this marriage real? Are you actually building something with Elena? Or are you maintaining an elaborate performance?" The question should have been simple. But Damien found himself hesitating, not because he doubted his feelings but because he didn't know if Elena felt the same way. Last night had been intense, honest, transformative. But was it enough to call this real? Or were they still navigating the space between transaction and genuine partnership? "It's real," he said finally. "It started as strategy, but it's become something more. I'm in love with her, Richard. Actually in love, in ways I didn't think I was capable of." Silence on the other end. Then, "Does she know that?" "I don't know." The admission hurt. "We're figuring it out as we go. But yes, this is real. Whatever Lucas thinks he can prove, he's wrong. Elena and I are building a genuine marriage. Then we need to demonstrate that. Publicly, convincingly, in ways that can't be dismissed as performance." Richard's tone shifted to business mode. "I'm going to need both of you in my office tomorrow morning. We'll prepare your testimony, gather evidence, build a defense that shows this marriage has substance beyond the contract. Elena doesn't know about the challenge yet. Damien glanced at the bedroom door, imagining her still asleep, peaceful, unaware that their fragile new beginning was already under attack. I need to tell her. Do it carefully. Lucas is going to use anything he can, including Elena's reaction to this news, to argue the marriage is fraudulent. If she seems unsurprised or too prepared, it will look orchestrated. She won't be unsurprised. She'll be furious. Damien felt a grim smile tug at his mouth. Elena doesn't perform well when she's angry. She gets honest. Sometimes brutally so. That might actually help. Genuine emotion is harder to fake than calculated responses. Richard paused. Damien, I'm going to be blunt. This is going to get ugly. Lucas has clearly been planning this for weeks. He has evidence, witnesses, documentation. If you and Elena can't demonstrate genuine partnership under that kind of scrutiny, you'll lose. Not just the company. The marriage itself could be dissolved as fraudulent. The words hit like ice water. Losing the company was one thing. But losing Elena, having their marriage declared invalid, having everything they'd built dismissed as performance, that was unthinkable. We'll be ready, Damien said. Whatever Lucas throws at us, we'll handle it. I hope you're right. Because if you're not, you'll lose everything. The call ended. Damien sat in the silent sitting room, watching early morning light creep across expensive furniture, and tried to process the implications. 6 days to prove their marriage was real. 6 days to convince a judge that what had started as transaction had become genuine partnership. 6 days to ensure he didn't lose the woman he'd only just realized he couldn't live without. Behind him, the bedroom door opened. Elena emerged, wearing one of his shirts and nothing else, her hair tousled from sleep and their nighttime activities. She looked soft, vulnerable, beautiful in ways that made his chest ache. Hey! Her voice was rough with sleep. You okay? I woke up and you were gone. Come here. Damien held out his hand, and Elena crossed to him, let him pull her into his lap. She curled against him with easy trust, and he felt the weight of what he had to tell her pressed down on his shoulders. We need to talk. That's never a good way to start a conversation. But she was smiling, relaxed, clearly expecting something minor. A schedule conflict or family drama, not the systematic destruction of everything they'd built. Lucas filed a formal challenge to my inheritance this morning. Damien felt her stiffen in his arms. He's claiming our marriage is fraudulent. There's a hearing scheduled for Friday. Elena pulled back to look at him, and he watched the sleep softness drain from her expression, replaced by sharp focus. Tell me everything. He did. The call from Richard, the evidence Lucas had gathered, the timeline they were facing. Elena listened without interrupting, her face growing more closed with each detail. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. The contract, she said finally. He has the original contract we signed, with all the termination clauses and separate living arrangements. Yes. And the list. 6 women, including me, all evaluated for strategic value. Yes. Jesus. Elena stood, paced to the window. Her back was rigid, shoulders tight with tension. He's going to argue we're still operating under those terms. That nothing's changed since we signed that contract. But everything's changed. Damien crossed to her, turned her to face him. Elena, last night, everything we shared, that was real. You know that. I know that. Her voice was steady, but he saw fear in her eyes. But how do we prove it? How do we stand in front of a judge and demonstrate that we've moved beyond the transaction when we have a literal contract outlining the transaction? We tell the truth. We show evidence of genuine partnership, shared living space, combined finances, witnesses who can testify to our relationship. Witnesses who've seen us perform. Elena's laugh was bitter. Damien, we've been so careful to maintain the appearance of a perfect marriage in public. How do we prove it's not just appearance? Because it's not. Not anymore. He cupped her face, forced her to meet his eyes. Elena, I love you. I'm in love with you. That's not performance or strategy or careful management. That's real. She searched his face for a long moment, and he saw the exact instant she processed his words. Her eyes widened, her breath caught, and something vulnerable flickered across her expression. You love me. Not a question. A statement testing the words. Yes. Damien's thumbs brushed her cheekbones. I didn't plan to. I didn't want to. But somewhere between the contract negotiations and last night, I fell in love with you. Completely. Irrevocably. That's... Elena's voice cracked. That's really bad timing. Terrible timing. He managed a smile despite the fear clawing at his chest. But true. Elena, whatever happens with this challenge, whatever Lucas tries to prove, I need you to know. This is real for me. You're real for me. Tears threatened at the corners of her eyes. I love you too. God help me, I love you too. Which makes this so much worse. Why worse? Because now we have something to lose. Elena pulled away, wrapped her arms around herself. Before, if the marriage failed, we'd both walk away relatively unscathed. But now we're actually building something. And Lucas is going to try to destroy it. She was right. The stakes had escalated exponentially. This wasn't just about inheritance or family obligation anymore. It was about protecting what they'd built, what they were becoming to each other. Then we fight. Damien's voice was hard, certain. We fight with everything we have. We prove to that judge that this marriage is real, that we're genuine partners, that Lucas is wrong. How? Elena turned to face him, and he saw the fear she was trying to hide. How do we prove genuine feeling, Damien? How do we demonstrate that we've moved beyond the contract when everything about our foundation suggests otherwise? We show them us. The real us, not the performance. He crossed to her, took her hands. The coffee you make for me every morning. The books you leave in the library. The way you straighten my tie before events. The conversations that last past midnight. The fact that we chose to share a bed last night not because the contract required it, but because we wanted to. Small things. Elena's voice was quiet. Intimate things that could still be performance. Then we show them the big things. The way you defended our marriage at dinner last night. The honesty you demonstrated even when lying would have been easier. The fact that we're standing here, having this conversation, instead of retreating to separate corners. Damien squeezed her hands. Elena, we're real. Anyone who actually looks at us can see that. Lucas will argue we're just very good actors. Let him try. Damien pulled her close, felt her gradually relax against him. We know the truth. That has to count for something. They stood there for a long moment, holding each other while the weight of the challenge pressed down on them. Outside, Thornfield was waking up. Damien could hear footsteps in distant hallways, the clatter of breakfast preparation, the sounds of a house full of people who would soon know about Lucas's attack. We need to leave, Elena said finally. Now. Before your family wakes up and we have to face their questions. Agreed. Damien pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Pack quickly. We'll make excuses later. They moved with efficient coordination, throwing clothes into bags, erasing evidence of their stay. 20 minutes later, they were in Damien's car, pulling away from Thornfield as the sun climbed higher. Elena was silent beside him, staring out the window at the landscape blurring past. Talk to me, Damien said after 30 minutes of tense quiet. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about the contract. Elena's voice was flat. About how stupid we were to put everything in writing. To outline termination clauses and separate living arrangements, and all the ways this was designed to be temporary. We were being practical, protecting ourselves. We were being cynical. She turned to look at him. We assumed this would fail, Damien. We built failure into the foundation. And now Lucas is using that assumption to destroy what we've actually built. Then we prove him wrong. We show the judge that people can change, that foundations can be rebuilt, that what starts as transaction can become genuine partnership. Can it, though? Elena's voice carried doubt. Or are we just very good at convincing ourselves we've moved beyond the contract when we're actually still operating within its parameters? The question hit harder than it should have. Because part of Damien wondered the same thing. They'd been so careful to maintain boundaries, to respect the terms they'd negotiated. Even last night, even the intimacy they'd shared. Was it genuine evolution or just another form of performance? I don't know, he admitted. I don't know if what we're building is real or if we're just excellent at self-deception. But Elena, I know how I feel. And that's real. Whatever else is uncertain, my feelings for you are genuine. Mine too. She reached across the console, laced her fingers through his. But is that enough? Can we build a real marriage on a foundation of contracts and strategic necessity? Other people have built on worse. Damien squeezed her hand. At least we're honest about our foundation. At least we're choosing each other with full awareness of how this started. Honest. Elena laughed, the sound bitter. We've been performing for weeks, Damien. Carefully curating what we show the world, maintaining the appearance of a perfect marriage. How is that honest? Because we're honest with each other. Behind closed doors, in private moments, we're real. He glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to the road. That's what matters. Not the performance we maintain for others, but the truth we share between us. I hope you're right. Elena's voice was small, uncertain. Because if you're not, we're about to stand in front of a judge and lie under oath about the nature of our marriage. It's not a lie. Damien's voice was fierce. Elena, look at me. She did, and he saw the fear and doubt warring in her expression. This is real, he said. Whatever started as strategy has become genuine. Love you. You love me. We're building something together. That's not performance, and it's not self-deception. It's us, choosing each other despite the complicated foundation. Okay. Elena's voice steadied slightly. Okay. We're real. We're genuine. We can prove that. We will prove that. Damien brought her hand to his lips, pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Together. They drove in silence for another hour, both lost in their own thoughts. Damien's mind was racing, building strategy, anticipating Lucas's attacks, preparing defenses. But beneath the tactical planning was a current of fear he couldn't quite suppress. What if they couldn't prove it? What if the judge looked at their contract, their timeline, their carefully negotiated terms and decided the marriage was fraudulent? What if everything they'd built was dismissed as performance? What if he lost her? The thought was unbearable. In the space of a few weeks, Elena had become essential. Not just as a solution to his inheritance problem, but as a partner, a confidant, the person who saw past his carefully maintained control to the damaged man beneath and chose him anyway. Losing her would be worse than losing the company. Worse than facing Lucas's triumph. Worse than admitting his father had been right about him being incapable of genuine intimacy. Because Elena had proven his father wrong. She'd shown him that he could build something real, that he could let someone past his defenses, that he could love and be loved in return. If the judge took that away, declared it fraudulent, dismissed it as performance, Damien didn't know how he'd recover. We're going to win this, Elena said suddenly, breaking the silence. Her voice was stronger now, more certain. Lucas thinks he can destroy what we've built, but he's wrong. We know the truth. We know this is real. And we're going to prove it. Yes. Damien felt something ease in his chest at her certainty. We are. But Damien. She squeezed his hand. After this is over, after we've dealt with Lucas and the hearing and all the scrutiny, we need to talk. Really talk about what we want this marriage to be. Not what the contract says, not what started as strategy, but what we're actually building. Agreed. He glanced at her, saw determination replacing doubt in her expression. We'll renegotiate. New terms based on what we've learned about each other. Based on what we actually want rather than what we thought we needed. New terms. Elena smiled slightly. I like that. A renegotiation of our partnership. With better foundations this time. Built on choice rather than necessity. On love rather than transaction. On us. Damien's voice was rough with emotion. Whatever we build, it's ours. Not my father's legacy, not Lucas's challenge, not anyone else's expectations. Just us. Just us. Elena repeated the words like a promise. I can work with that. They reached Brooklyn Heights by mid-afternoon, exhausted and emotionally wrung out. The brownstone felt different somehow, less like a beautiful cage and more like a sanctuary. Their space, their home, the place where they'd begun building something real. Damien carried their bags upstairs while Elena made coffee, and they met in the library, the room that had become their unofficial neutral ground, where they'd had their most honest conversations. Richard wants us in his office tomorrow morning, Damien said, accepting the coffee cup Elena handed him. We'll spend the week preparing for the hearing, gathering evidence, preparing testimony, building our defense. What kind of evidence? Elena curled into the corner of the sofa, coffee cradled between her hands. What proves a marriage is real? Witnesses who can testify to genuine affection, documentation of shared life, combined finances, cohabitation, joint decisions, photos, communications, anything that demonstrates partnership. Damien sat beside her, close enough to feel her warmth. Richard will guide us through it. But Elena, it's going to be invasive. They'll question everything. How we spend our time, how we interact, intimate details of our relationship. I know. Her voice was steady. I'm prepared for that. I just want to make sure we're telling the same story. That our testimonies align. We tell the truth. That's how we align. Damien set down his coffee, took her hands. Elena, we can't choreograph this. We can't script our responses. The moment we start performing, Lucas's attorneys will see through it. We have to be genuine, even when it's uncomfortable. Genuine. Elena's smile was wry. After weeks of careful performance, you want us to suddenly be completely honest in front of a judge? I want us to be what we are in private. The version of us that exists behind closed doors, when there's no audience. He squeezed her hands. The couple who argues about furniture placement and makes coffee for each other and falls asleep wrapped together. That's real. That's what we show them. What if it's not enough? The fear was back in her voice. What if we're real but we can't prove it? What if the judge looks at our foundation and decides we're still operating under the contract's terms? Then we deal with it. Together. Damien pulled her close, felt her gradually relax against him. But Elena, I don't think that's going to happen. I think when the judge sees us, really sees us, not the performance but the genuine partnership, they'll understand. This is real. Anyone who looks closely can see that. I hope you're right. Elena pressed her face into his shoulder. Because I can't lose this. I can't lose you. Not now. Not when we're finally figuring out what we could be to each other. You won't lose me. Damien's arms tightened around her. Whatever the judge decides, whatever Lucas tries to prove, you won't lose me. We're in this together. For better or worse, just like we promised. Those were contract vows. But Elena's voice carried a hint of humor. Carefully negotiated terms, not traditional promises. Then we'll make new promises. Real ones, based on what we've learned. He pulled back enough to meet her eyes. Elena Morgan Cross, I promise to love you honestly, even when it's uncomfortable. To trust your strength even when my instinct is to protect. To build with you rather than for you. To be your partner in every sense of the word. Tears spilled over, tracking down her cheeks. That's not fair. Now I have to come up with something equally meaningful. Take your time. We have the rest of our lives. He brushed away the tears with his thumbs. Or at least until Friday, when Lucas tries to prove we don't. Elena laughed despite the tears. You're terrible at romantic moments. I'm learning. Damien kissed her softly. Give me time. I'll get better at this. You're doing fine. She kissed him back, deeper, with a kind of desperate need that suggested she was trying to memorize the moment. More than fine. They stayed like that for a long time, wrapped in each other, stealing comfort from shared warmth. Outside, Brooklyn Heights hummed with Sunday afternoon activity. Families walking dogs, couples strolling to brunch, the ordinary rhythm of lives that weren't under legal scrutiny. Damien envied them. The simplicity of relationships that didn't require court approval, that weren't built on contracts and strategic necessity. But he also knew that what he and Elena had was stronger for being hard-won. They'd chosen each other despite the complications, despite the fractured foundation, despite every reason to walk away. That had to count for something. That had to be enough. "We should eat," Elena said finally, pulling away reluctantly. "I can't remember the last time we had an actual meal. Dinner last night. Though I don't think either of us tasted much of it." Damien stood, offered his hand. "Come on. I'll order from that Italian place you like. We'll eat, we'll rest, and tomorrow we'll start preparing to fight. Together." Elena took his hand, let him pull her up. "We fight together. Always." They ordered food, ate in comfortable silence, and spent the evening doing deliberately normal things. Elena caught up on work emails while Damien reviewed contracts. They watched a movie neither of them paid attention to. They went through the mundane routines of shared domestic life. It was ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of evening any married couple might have. And that, Damien thought, was exactly what they needed to prove. That beneath the drama and scrutiny and legal challenges, they were just two people building a life together. Choosing each other in small, ordinary ways that added up to something extraordinary. At midnight, they climbed the stairs to the master suite together. No separate floors tonight, no careful distance. Just the natural gravitation of two people who'd found comfort in shared space. Elena changed in the bathroom while Damien stripped down to sleep in just his boxers. When she emerged wearing silk pajamas, he was already in bed, and she slid in beside him with easy familiarity. "This feels normal," she said, curling against his side. "Like we've been doing this for years instead of just starting. Good normal or concerning normal." Damien's arm came around her automatically. "Good normal. Really good normal." Elena's hand settled over his heart. "Damien, whatever happens Friday, whatever the judge decides, I want you to know I don't regret this. Any of it. Even the parts where I was controlling and territorial and exactly what you were warned about. Even those parts. They came with the parts where you were protective and supportive and surprisingly good at making coffee." She pressed a kiss to his chest. "You're a package deal. I'm choosing the whole package." "Same." Damien's fingers traced patterns on her back. "Elena, I need you to understand something. If we lose Friday, if the judge decides the marriage is fraudulent and dissolves it, I'm not letting you go. Contract or no contract, legal or not, I'm choosing you. We'll figure out the rest." "That's very romantic." Elena's voice was soft. "Also possibly illegal, depending on how the ruling goes." "I don't care." And he realized he meant it. The company, the inheritance, his father's legacy. All of it mattered less than the woman in his arms. "You're more important than any of it. If I have to choose between Cross Industries and you, I choose you. Every time." Elena was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You know that's exactly what your father was afraid of, right? That you'd prioritize relationship over business. That you'd let emotion compromise your judgment. Then he was right to be afraid." Damien's voice was fierce. "Because I will prioritize you. I will let emotion guide my decisions when it comes to us. And I'll be a better man for it than he ever was." Damien Cross, breaking generational patterns. Elena smiled against his chest. "Your therapist is going to be so proud. My therapist is going to have a field day with this whole situation." He felt himself smile despite the gravity of their circumstances. But yes, breaking patterns, building something new, being better than the legacy I inherited. We're both doing that. Elena's arm tightened around him. Building something new from broken pieces. It's terrifying and messy and probably doomed to fail. But we're trying anyway. But we're trying anyway. She lifted her head to look at him. That has to count for something, right? The fact that we're choosing this despite the odds. It counts for everything. Damien cupped her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone. Elena, I meant what I said this morning. Love you. Completely. Irrevocably. Whatever happens, that's real. I love you too. The words came easier this time, less frightening. Which is either the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever admitted. Both, probably. He kissed her softly. But true. That's what matters. They fell asleep wrapped around each other. And for the first time since Lucas's challenge, Damien felt something like peace. They had 5 days to prepare. 5 days to gather evidence and build their defense and prove their marriage was real. 5 days to fight for what they'd built. It wasn't much time. But it was enough. Had to be enough. Because losing Elena wasn't an option Damien was willing to accept. The contract had brought them together. But love, messy, complicated, genuine love, would keep them together. Or destroy them trying. Either way, they'd face it together. Just like they'd promised. Epilogue, amended clause. Elena. 6 months after the hearing, Elena stood in the Brooklyn Heights garden and watched spring transform bare branches into something alive. The brownstone had changed in the months since Judge Morrison had ruled in their favor. Small shifts that accumulated into something that felt less like a house and more like a home. Damien's books mixed with hers on the library shelves. Her coffee cup sat beside his on the kitchen counter each morning. The master suite they'd once approached with careful negotiation had become their shared sanctuary. No contracts required. You're thinking too loud. Damien's voice came from behind her, warm with amusement. His arms slid around her waist, pulling her back against his chest. I can hear the wheels turning from inside. I'm thinking about the hearing. Elena leaned into him, letting herself take comfort in his solid presence. About how terrified I was that we'd lose everything. We didn't lose. His lips brushed her temple. Though Lucas certainly tried. The hearing had been brutal. 3 days of testimony, cross-examination, and invasive questions about every aspect of their marriage. Lucas's attorneys had dissected the original contract, questioned their timeline, implied that every gesture of affection was calculated performance. But Elena and Damien had held steady, telling the truth even when it was uncomfortable. Especially when it was uncomfortable. Judge Morrison had taken 2 weeks to deliberate. 2 weeks of excruciating uncertainty, of holding each other through sleepless nights, of choosing each other repeatedly despite not knowing if that choice would be legally recognized. When the ruling finally came, it had been unequivocal. The marriage between Damien Cross and Elena Morgan Cross, while unconventional in its origins, has demonstrated genuine evolution into a partnership built on mutual respect, affection, and shared commitment. The court finds no evidence of fraud or deception. The inheritance clause is satisfied. Lucas had appealed, of course. But the appellate court had upheld the ruling 3 months ago, and he'd finally retreated to London. His challenge definitively rejected. I got an email from your mother this morning, Elena said, changing the subject. She wants us to come to Thornfield for the summer gathering. She felt Damien tense slightly. We don't have to go. I know. But I think we should. Elena turned in his arms to face him. We survived that place once. We can survive it again. Besides, I kind of want to show Victoria that we're still standing. That we built something real despite her predictions. Spite as motivation. I like it. Damien's smile was genuine. The kind that transformed his face and reminded Elena why she'd fallen for him despite every logical reason not to. Though I should warn you, my mother will probably have opinions about the new contract. Let her have opinions. Elena's hand came up to cup his face. We know what we're building. That's what matters. The new contract, signed 2 months ago in Richard Castellano's office, with Simone as witness, bore little resemblance to the original. No termination clauses, no separate living arrangements, No carefully negotiated distance. Instead, it outlined partnership in the truest sense. Shared finances managed jointly, business decisions made collaboratively, a life built on choice rather than obligation. The final clause, handwritten in Damien's script, made Elena smile every time she read it. This agreement may be amended at any time by mutual consent, but the foundation, love, respect, and genuine partnership, remains non-negotiable. "I have something for you," Damien said, reaching into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a small velvet box, and Elena's breath caught. "Damien, we're already married. You already gave me rings. Those were contract rings. Strategic acquisitions." He opened the box, revealing a simple platinum band with a single inscription visible on the inner surface. "This is a choice ring. Because you chose me every day even when it was hard. Even when walking away would have been easier." Elena took the ring with trembling fingers, tilted it to read the inscription. "Every day." Consciously. "It's perfect." Her voice was rough with emotion. "But I didn't get you anything." "Yes, you did." Damien pulled a similar box from his other pocket, opened it to reveal a matching band. "You had the same idea. Simone helped me coordinate the timing." Elena laughed despite the tears threatening. "Of course you coordinated. You can't help but be strategic. Old habits." But his smile was self-deprecating. "Though this time, the strategy was making sure we both felt chosen. That seemed important." Elena took his ring, read the inscription she'd agonized over for weeks. "Building something real. Together. May I?" She held up the ring, and Damien extended his left hand. Elena slid the band onto his finger, above his original wedding ring. "There. Now you're stuck with me twice over. Best acquisition I ever made." He took her ring, slid it onto her finger with the same reverence. Twice. They stood in the garden, sunlight filtering through new leaves, wearing symbols of both their contract and their choice. It should have felt redundant. Instead, it felt complete. Acknowledgement that they'd built something real from transactional beginnings, that they'd chosen love over convenience, partnership over performance. "Elena." Damien's voice carried a hint of nervousness she rarely heard. "There's one more thing. Another amendment to discuss." "Oh." She looked up at him, saw vulnerability in his expression. "What kind of amendment?" "The kind that involves expanding our partnership." His hand settled on her waist, warm through the silk of her dress. "I know we agreed to wait to make sure the foundation was solid before considering children. But it's been 6 months since the hearing. 6 months of choosing each other, building together, proving this is real. And I find myself wanting more. If you do." Elena's heart kicked against her ribs. They'd discussed children in abstract terms. Someday maybe, if the marriage survived its tumultuous beginning. But Damien was making it concrete, present, a choice they could make now rather than eventually. "You want children." She searched his face. "Actual children, not just the theoretical possibility." "I want a family. With you." His voice was steady, certain. "I want to build something that's ours from the beginning, not inherited or acquired or strategically necessary. I want to watch you grow round with our child and panic about parenting and figure out how to be better than my father was. If you want that too." Elena felt tears spill over, but she was smiling. "I want that. God, I want that so much. I was afraid to bring it up, afraid you'd think I was trying to trap you further." "Elena." Damien's thumbs brushed away her tears. "You're not trapping me. You're offering me everything I didn't know I needed. A real partnership. A real family. A real life built on choice rather than obligation." "Then yes." She pulled him down for a kiss that tasted like salt and promise. "Yes to expanding our partnership. Yes to children. Yes to building something that's ours from the foundation up. Yes to messiness and chaos and all the ways we'll inevitably screw this up. Especially yes to that." Elena smiled against his mouth. "We're very good at screwing things up and then fixing them together. It's kind of our specialty." They stood wrapped in each other while the garden bloomed around them, and Elena let herself imagine the future they were choosing. Children running through this garden, Damien teaching them to be better than his father's legacy, Elena showing them that strength came in many forms. A family built on honesty rather than performance, on choice rather than obligation. It would be messy, complicated, nothing like the polished perfection they'd initially tried to maintain. It would be real, and that made all the difference. "We should call Richard," Damien said eventually, his voice carrying reluctant practicality. "Update the contract to reflect our new intentions. Make sure everything's legally sound." Always thinking strategically. But Elena's tone was affectionate rather than critical. "Though I suppose that's why we work. You plan, I execute, we build together. Equal partners. Equal partners." Elena squeezed his hand. "In everything." They walked back toward the brownstone together, and Elena paused at the threshold to look back at the garden. 6 months ago, she'd stood in this same spot, terrified that Lucas's challenge would destroy everything they'd built. Now, she stood here planning a future that extended beyond contracts and clauses, beyond performance and strategic necessity. They'd started as a transaction, a marriage designed to solve problems, satisfy requirements, maintain carefully negotiated distance. But they'd become something more. Partners who chose each other despite fractured foundations. Lovers who'd learned that vulnerability was strength rather than weakness. A couple building something real from broken pieces. "What are you thinking?" Damien asked, following her gaze. "That we're very good at renegotiating." Elena smiled up at him. "At taking what we thought we needed and transforming it into what we actually want." "We are." He pulled her close, pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "Though I think we're done with major renegotiations for a while. This version, the one where we love each other and build a family and figure it out as we go, this feels right." "It feels perfect," Elena corrected. "Not perfect in execution, but perfect in intention. Perfect in the choosing." They crossed the threshold together, and Elena felt the brownstone welcome them home. Not the beautiful cage it had once been, but a sanctuary they'd built through honesty and choice and the daily decision to love each other despite the complicated beginning. That evening they sat in the library, their space, their refuge, and drafted amendments to their contract. Not because they needed legal documentation of their intentions, but because it felt right to acknowledge the evolution in writing. To create a record of how far they'd come from that first clinical agreement. Damien wrote in his bold script, Clause 47. Partnership expansion to include children, to be undertaken with full awareness of the challenges and joys inherent in parenting. Both parties commit to being better than their inherited legacies. Elena added in her elegant hand. Clause 48. All previous clauses regarding emotional distance, separate living arrangements, and performance of affection are hereby rendered null and void. This marriage is built on genuine partnership, and anything that suggests otherwise is obsolete. They signed together, their signatures intertwining on the page, a visual representation of lives that had become inextricably linked. There, Elena set down her pen. Official documentation that we're hopelessly in love and building a family. Richard's going to have opinions. Richard can keep his opinions to himself. But Damien was smiling. Though he'll probably point out that love isn't legally binding and we should have more practical clauses about child custody and... Damien! Elena cut him off with a kiss. Stop being practical for 5 minutes. Just be here with me, in this moment, choosing this future. I can do that. He pulled her into his lap, and Elena settled against him with the easy comfort of someone who'd found home in another person. I'm very good at choosing you. You're getting better at it. Elena's fingers traced the line of his jaw. The first time was strategic. This time is genuine. Every time is genuine now. His voice was rough with emotion. Elena, I need you to understand something. The contract brought us together, but love keeps us together. And I will choose you. Choose us, every single day for the rest of our lives. That's not performance. That's promise. I know. Elena pressed her forehead to his. I choose you too. Every day. Consciously. With full awareness of how messy and complicated and imperfect this is. Perfectly imperfect. Exactly. They sat in comfortable silence, wrapped in each other, as evening deepened into night outside. Somewhere in Manhattan, Lucas was probably still bitter about his failed challenge. Victoria was likely planning her summer gathering with strategic precision. The business world continued its relentless pace, indifferent to the small miracle of two people choosing love over transaction. But here, in the Brooklyn Heights brownstone they'd transformed into home, Elena and Damien had built something that defied expectation. A marriage that had started as acquisition and become partnership. A relationship that had begun with contracts and evolved into genuine love. It wasn't the fairy tale Elena had once imagined. It was better, messier, more honest, built on choice rather than chance. We should go to bed, Damien said eventually, though neither of them moved. Early meeting tomorrow. 5 more minutes. Elena burrowed closer. I'm comfortable. You're always comfortable in my arms now. His voice carried satisfaction. Remember when you used to maintain careful distance? When touching me required strategic calculation. I remember when you used to stand outside my door at 3 a.m., unable to walk away but too controlled to come in. Elena smiled against his chest. We've come a long way from careful distance. The best kind of distance is no distance at all. Damien's arms tightened around her. Though I suppose that's not very strategic. Strategy is overrated. Elena lifted her head to meet his eyes. Love is better. Love is terrifying. That too. She kissed him softly. But we're doing it anyway. Building a family, expanding our partnership, choosing each other despite the fear. That's brave. Or foolish. Both, probably. Elena stood, offered her hand. Come on. Let's be brave and foolish together in bed. It's more comfortable than the library sofa. Damien took her hand, let her pull him up, and they climbed the stairs to their shared suite. No separate floors, no careful negotiation of space. Just two people gravitating toward shared warmth, toward the comfort they'd found in choosing each other. As Elena drifted toward sleep wrapped in Damien's arms, she thought about the journey that had brought them here. The contract that had seemed like a cage but had become a foundation. The performance that had cracked open to reveal genuine feeling. The transaction that had evolved into the most real thing in her life. They'd started as strangers bound by necessity. They'd become partners through choice. And now they were building a family. Messy, imperfect, real. It was everything the contract hadn't promised and everything they discovered by looking past the terms to the people beneath. Elena. Damien's voice was drowsy, fading toward sleep. Thank you. For taking a chance on a damaged man with control issues and a terrible family. Thank you for seeing past the performance to the woman who was terrified of losing herself. Elena's hand found his in the dark, fingers interlacing. We saved each other, I think. In ways neither of us expected. Best acquisition I ever made, he murmured, echoing his earlier words. But Elena smiled because she knew the truth. They hadn't acquired each other. They'd chosen each other. Every day, consciously, with full awareness of the fractured foundation and the messy reality and the imperfect love they were building. And that choice, that daily deliberate choosing, made all the difference. 6 months after the hearing that had validated their marriage, Elena and Damien Cross fell asleep wrapped around each other, building something real from transactional beginnings. It wasn't the ending the contract had outlined. It was better, honest, messy, genuine. It was theirs. And that was the only amendment that mattered. 2 years later, Elena stood in the same garden, watching Damien teach their daughter to walk. The brownstone echoed with laughter now, with the chaos of family life, with all the beautiful mess they'd chosen together. She has your determination, Damien called, steadying small hands as their daughter took wobbling steps. And your stubbornness, Elena called back, smiling at the picture they made. Father and daughter, building trust one careful step at a time. Later, after their daughter was asleep and they'd collapsed onto the library sofa with the exhaustion of new parents, Damien pulled out a folder. "What's that?" Lena asked. "Amendment to our contract." His eyes sparkled with humor. Clause 73. Sleep is a theoretical concept. Clause 74. Love expands to accommodate tiny humans who refuse to sleep through the night. Clause 75. Partnership means taking turns with 3 a.m. feedings. Elena laughed, the sound free and genuine. "You're ridiculous. I'm thorough." But he was smiling, the expression transforming his face into something younger, lighter. "Someone has to document how spectacularly we're screwing this up and succeeding anyway." "We are succeeding." Elena took his hand, squeezed gently. "At the only things that matter. Choosing each other, building together, being better than the legacies we inherited." "Every day," Damien agreed. "Consciously," Elena added. They sat in comfortable silence, two people who'd started as a transaction and become a family. The contract that had brought them together sat in a safe somewhere, a relic of strategic necessity. But the life they'd built, messy, honest, real, that was the true agreement. The one they chose every day. The one that mattered. The one that would last. End.